Good afternoon. It is Thursday, February 29th. It's leap day. It's day 6 of the State versus Hannah Gutierrez read. We have a mobile stream today. So I am on the road, but we are still covering the afternoon stream of trial. I'm going to give a quick synopsis of the morning because I feel like we need it. I was watching along with you in the chat as I was traveling. This morning, the state finally brought the expert armorer, and we saw some very difficult video for the defense because it shows Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer on the set of Rust, not taking the gun seriously, holding a gun with the barrel towards her face, allowing guns to be passed off to the minor on set, guns being held barrel up all over the place, like they're just waving guns around on set everywhere. This behind the scenes footage is going to be very difficult for the defense to overcome. But the prosecution buried it with a bunch of witnesses. I don't know why they're calling. Here's what I thought was going to happen. I'm not the prosecutor. They have a ton of people on their witness list, but they called this expert. And here's what I'm thinking. They laid the groundwork to call Seth Kinney because you can't. I mean, I don't know if the prosecution should call him. The defense will call him, but maybe let the defense call him and then you get to cross-examine him. But you've got to kind of call Sarah Zachry just so you have her on the stand saying, I didn't load or unload Baldwin's gun. And then you call Dave Halls because why else would you give him a plea deal? But it seems to me, remember in the Murdaugh trial when it felt like Creighton Waters was so focused on the financial crimes, we forgot we were in a murder trial? I feel like we're there right now, where they're so interested in making sure that everybody knows who's responsible for set and that Baldwin also did stuff. Baldwin's trial is in July. Like, try him in July. Can we just try the person that's on this trial? Because I'm tired of talking about production, and I don't think they needed the production witnesses. Let the defense call the production witnesses if they want to flame production. Go ahead. The prosecution doesn't need to stop it. But let's focus on who loaded the gun and how they were supposed to check the gun. And when you have a witness that strong and then bury it under what the finance people who were doing line items of the movie, come on. Either save this witness for last so the jurors go back to the jury room going, oh, fuck. Things on this set were not going well. Either leave it for last or leave it for last before your last few civilian witnesses, tie it up, get out. I don't know why they are calling these financial witnesses from production. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Maybe it will, but I doubt it. I have no optimism that it's going to make sense to us. So if all of you are sitting there going, why is this relevant? IDK. But the best part of the morning for me, other than that witness who was freaking excellent and was like, yeah, Hannah didn't do her job, other than that guy, was the judge finally laying the hammer down in a rather odd way for me. But the judge was like, because of yesterday's outburst, oh yes, it was a temper tantrum, Your Honor. It dead ass a temper tantrum. Because of yesterday's outburst, she didn't take their coffee away, but now every objection they have to approach, which doesn't even make sense to me. Here's how that should go. Objection, grounds, hearsay, lacks foundation, misstates evidence, ruling. Objection, grounds, ruling. That's it. Nobody needs to talk. No, tell them not to. No speaking objections. We saw the judge recorrect on this, and I'm going to move my mic a little closer as we get on, but we saw the judge recorrect on this in almost every trial we've watched, because at times the attorneys do get heated and they start going, but Your Honor, it's not hearsay because blah, blah, blah. And then the judge is like, no speaking objections, please approach. And we've seen that in every trial. It happens on a rare occasion. I have never seen anything like the temper tantrum these lawyers have with each other in court. They should never be talking to each other. Never directly talking to each other. And yesterday afternoon, when Mr. Bowles was saying something and she's like, are you talking to me? What do you need, sir? It was just horrific. And they're all in the moment, but the judge is not saying no speaking objections. What are the grounds for that objection? Because the prosecutor's been like, objection, Your Honor. I'm confused. Mr. Bull he's just trying to admit pages and pages of unadmissible hearsay. So obviously I have to object. Stop it. Objection, grounds, ruling. It's been chaos. So now the trial is going to slow down its pace because they have to object every single time. So let's go back to court in action this afternoon. If you're noticing the trial attorneys look tired, the lawyers are tired. The lawyers are absolutely tired. Of course they are. They're day 6 in a trial. Of course they're tired. Will this trial end next week? Probably not. Did legal shit pop off while I was on a plane today? Yep. Are my DMs blowing up about the scandal of it all? Yes, it is. Will I have time to address that another day? Yep. Because the Leah McSweeney thing dropped. So much is going on in the Bravoverse. And I'm like, these attorneys can't get their shit together enough to end trial. The prosecution could have been done today. The prosecution could have been done today, or at least tomorrow. The prosecution could have been done this week. And I don't know what they're doing. And I think they are so focused on Baldwin that they want to flame him while they're in this trial. And I hate it. And it's a waste of time. And no one's objecting to relevance. And neither is the judge. And I'm annoyed. So with that, we should go back to court. Well, I'm going to roll the intro. Let's roll the intro. Let's go back to court. Law Nerds, I missed you this morning. I will say this community is incredible. It was great to be in the chat with you. I have empathy for all of you who are like, the chat is flying. I get it. I was like going as fast as I could on my phone with the awful... Today's flight's Wi-Fi was not ideal. The flight was lovely. The Wi-Fi, not so much. So I'm really excited to be back with you. It was so fun to see. We had over 15,000 of you on live while I was in the chat, and I was blown away by this community. So Law Nerds, chat is bae. You're the best. We need to roll. Let's roll into this trial today, and hope this afternoon is like a nice professional trial-y trial. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd. I totally didn't realize I just rolled the outro for that entire thing. You guys, I went to bed at like 11:30 and got up at 2 a.m. Fix it in post. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the Law Nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. What is Emily like on 2 hours of sleep? Delightful. Delirious, delightful. I think I watched Runkle's stream while I was packing, slept for like 2.5 hours, got up and rolled to the airport. I've never needed to be at the airport at like 4 a.m. before. Today's been wild. I need these attorneys to calm down. Like, what I'm going to need you to do is calm down. We have a slightly different setup because it's mobile. To all the members that were in my stream setup, you have informed how this setup works. I hope it sounds amazing. I hope it looks amazing because we did a whole new travel stream setup and I'm thankful. So let's go to court. Let's see what fuckery today hath wrought.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The state called Nathan Klingher.
Why? Can the state please explain to me why? I'm not understanding what we're doing with some of these things. Thank you, Chad. I need all the like streamer validation we can get. I sat next to a lovely woman on the plane today, and when we were chatting, she's like talking about how much she travels for work. I asked her what she did. She's a top kind of rep in medical stuff. So it was. She was like, "What do you do?"
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I had to turn the court down for a second. He's got fantastic hair. She's like, "What do you do?" I'm like, "I'm a live streamer." She's like, "I'm gonna need you to explain."
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
No.
Nathan.
Fail. Can you please state your hair care routine for the record? Is my mic too low? I can turn me up. if that's better. I just don't want to. I can do that. I have my little baby Rodecaster Streamax. So if my mic was too low, we can do that. It's a little far away, so I didn't want to gain it up too much so you have background noise. But I can turn it up. I'm gonna start singing. I need a hair care routine.
Klingher, Klingher.
Thank you. Mr. Klingher, were you involved in the Rust movie?
Yes,
And in what capacity?
I was one of the producers.
All right.
What stage of Klingher are you? I'm sorry. I've had to hold in all of it all day on the plane like an adult, and now we're here. What stage of Klingher? Can I boost the sound in court? I absolutely can. I turned it down so I could talk about hair care. The rules of hair care are simple and finite.
And as a producer, what were your job responsibilities particularly?
My primary job responsibility was helping to close and raise all the financing and then confirming that the movie got finished.
Okay, so even though you were involved mainly in financing, were you on the set every day or almost every day?
Yeah, I would say almost every day or for some capacity of time.
Okay, thank you. The main reason we've asked you here today is because the defendant, Ms. Gutierrez, testified at an OSHA hearing that she had spoke to two producers, one named Ryan and one named Nathan.
Excuse me. I'm obsessed with the snark in the OSHA case. I want to know everything about the OSHA hearing. I feel like he listened to my opening, which is not true because court in real time is a little ahead of us. And he's like, she testified in an OSHA ruling because XYZ. Thank you for telling me why. I mean, tell me why, because I was so confused. So confused.
That she had asked you all for additional training time with Mr. Baldwin. Do you recall any conversation like that with the defendant?
I don't recollect that conversation, and I feel confident I would.
Okay, so if she had approached you with this conversation, you believe that's something you would remember?
Did Hannah lie
I
at the
believe
OSHA
that.
hearing? Is that what they're insinuating?
Did you have very many conversations with the defendant on the set? Or at all?
No, very few.
He's
I
like,
don't recollect
we're not raising
many
money from her,
conversations at all.
sir.
Great. That's it. Pass the witness.
I'm a finance bro. So she's a liar. That's. Hey, Mr. DA. Thank you for telling us why the fuck this witness is relevant, because it's super helpful and I was confused earlier and I might have missed it because I was traveling. But I'm really so helpful that it is, she testified at an OSHA hearing. She said she talked to you. Did she talk to you? Nope, never talked to her about that. Okay, great. So she lied at an administrative hearing. Great. Don't know her. Do we have a cross-examination or?
Mr. Klingher,
I'm
believe I
sorry,
heard you
sir.
say
Your last
that-
name is Klingher.
that your primary role as producer was financing, right?
Correct.
Are you going to ask him if this movie is a tax shelter? Because I didn't understand why any of that was relevant to this criminal case. But also, all the production lawyers are screaming because all of this becomes discoverable for all the civil cases, of which there are so many civil cases.
Does financing involve gathering investors to contribute money for the funding of the film?
Yes.
Okay, and so in order to be an investor for the funding of the film, do you have to be accredited, like have a certain net worth?
No.
Can anyone
Sir, how much money
be an
do you
investor for
have?
the film?
Yeah, if you invest.
Okay. Is there a threshold amount that you would require? In
The
other
threshold
words,
is
to be
give
an
us
investor
money.
of the film?
No.
So I can invest in a film for $100?
Yes, but
If there's a GoFundMe
Yes, you could.
or whatever.
But what?
that would be a lot of legal work for a very small investment.
Okay. So is it fair to say you're looking for big investments, right?
I would say so.
Ma'am, that doesn't even cover the
and-
lawyers.
Do you know, do you have any knowledge of Rust's, if any of the Rust's costs were returned, or the amount, how much of Rust's costs were actually returned by New Mexico tax credits for filming here?
Not directly, I don't believe.
Are you aware of any of Rust's costs being returned by New Mexico's tax credits?
Ma'am, are you saying
What do
New
you mean by
Mexico's
returned?
friendly
I guess I mean
to
by
filming?
being able to
Like
claim
Georgia?
costs as a tax credit.
Yeah, a percent of the budget would be a tax credit.
Excuse me, counsel. Why is this relevant? Why do we give a fuck? We already kind of, I don't know. Is anybody in the chat feeling empathetic towards production? Is anybody like, oh, production? No, nobody's feeling empathetic towards production. Production's not on trial, though. They've got a bunch of civil trials. But no, counsel, are you also representing some of the civil witnesses and you're using this as an opportunity to ask questions for the civil trials? Because how does this have anything to do with whether your client loaded a bullet into a gun or not? It doesn't. The tax benefits of filming a movie in New Mexico have literally nothing to do with this case at all. Yet no one's objecting because Alec Baldwin's a producer and his trial's coming up in July, and flaming production is not a problem for the prosecution. They're just like, ask them whatever, we don't care. But the court could ask what the relevance of this is.
Do you know what percent of the
And
budget is a tax credit?
That's what it is.
Not directly. My assumption is somewhere between 20 and 25%.
Oh no, Cookie 67, I think you found the wrong stream, Boo Boo. I think you're in the wrong place. Court TV streaming.
All right. Who would be responsible for determining the actual budget? And what I'm looking for is basically what was in each envelope for various things to film.
Do they really
Do you
put the money in the envelope?
Yeah, the line producer, I would believe.
And who's the line producer?
Gabrielle Pickle.
Damn it, I didn't bring the pickle with me.
Does the line producer also collaborate with the production team on budget issues?
Yes.
No, damn it, what's on this voice changer?
So as a producer, do you have
No.
any oversight over the budget?
Nope.
Yes.
I didn't bring the pickle.
Do you know what funds were set aside for the armor in the budget?
No.
Was any of this your job, sir, or did you
As
ask
a
rich
producer,
people if they wanted to make a
do
movie
you
with
consider
Alec
yourself
Baldwin?
responsible
and
for
Jensen
ensuring
Ackles?
there were sufficient funds available for, let's say, below the line workers to have a safe
She's also
production?
got great hair, which is probably why she's not
I didn't
asking him
build
about his hair.
the budget, so I wouldn't have knowledge of directly what was allocated. to
Ma'am, I
what.
don't spend the money.
Okay, so you don't
I
consider
get the
yourself
money.
responsible for that part?
No.
I just get the money.
Do you recall any safety issues on set?
After someone was shot, yes.
I recall
Someone got shot.
when Lane Looper quit. He flagged some safety issues.
Okay, and Lane Looper actually sent an email, did he not?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Spoke to
was
the
that
media.
email a day before the shooting death of Miss Hutchins?
Yes.
And as the producer, did you do anything in response to that?
I confirmed the necessary day-to-day production staff who oversaw the set were on that email, and yeah, I made sure that they were aware of it.
Did
yeah.
y'all see this
Okay,
shit?
and when you say the
That's it.
necessary production staff, who are you referring to?
Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters.
Okay.
Pickle.
Did you do anything to
That's all I
allot
got.
more armor days to the budget?
No.
Were you aware of an accidental discharge that occurred on set?
I don't believe so.
Are you now aware? Because you're probably now well aware. How many lawsuits is production in? That would be a great
And
question. I would love to
You
know.
were you there on location on the day of the shooting?
Not directly on location. No, at base camp.
Okay, is base
With the
camp
other dude?
actually there on the location of the?
It's on the
production?
ranch, but it was quite a ways from the actual location.
Kind of
Alright.
like when you're climbing a mountain.
Were you aware if on that day there was an attorney representing the production company there on set? Representing the production company there?
Not directly, because she, to my knowledge, she wasn't representing the production company.
Okay.
Is that your
so you are
job?
aware of an attorney there, right?
Yes.
Do you know who she was representing?
No.
You don't just like ask though? Like, why is there a lawyer rolling around set?
After you became aware of the shooting, did you actually head up to the church?
Yes.
Why?
And did you do anything when you went up there?
I remember I helped carry some pews so the ambulance could drive in.
Okay, did you help carry those pews out of the church where the shooting had occurred?
No, they were already outside of the church. I just helped move them out of the way.
So a
of
shooting
the,
happened on your set and you went to help
sort of entrance to the church.
however you could.
Okay.
Okay.
And
They're
the
big mad
producers,
about
how
it.
many producers were there actually?
I believe there were six. There were six.
Do you know, are there two producers by the name of Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. What are their last names?
One was Ryan Smith and one was Ryan Winterstern.
Okay. Now, you said that you were there, I believe, on the day of the shooting. You've told us your role. Are you aware, I guess, were you ever interviewed by law enforcement?
Why didn't they
No.
just put these people on in the morning and save the excellent gun witness till later? Because after the excellent gun witness, I'm just like, blah. What are we? Why?
Redirect.
Why? No, you don't need a redirect.
Just one very quick question. Are you the only producer with the first name Nathan?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Bye, Nathan.
State calls John Ziello.
Why? Just because you have evidence doesn't mean you need to put it all in. Like, they know each other. It looks like one of the witness wranglers for the DA's office, or the court, George from court. A chat. All of you are like WTF. Same.
Do you
I don't
swear
know.
affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone, please.
The only point of that witness would have been Hannah said at OSHA. She told the producers
Sir, go
and
ahead
she
and state
didn't.
your name for the record.
John Ziello.
Mr. Ziello, what do you do for a living?
I am a grip in the film industry.
Explain
recipient
to the
witness.
jury what a grip is.
Grips do the non-electrical lighting as well as camera rigging, any overhead rigging,
I need to
mounting
understand
cameras
non-electrical
on
lighting.
cars,
Sir.
all the fun stuff. We're like the MacGyvers on set.
So do you control the sun?
Mr. Ziello, how many
She's
different
looking
film
at up
sets in your
to 18
career
months
do you
prison
think
time.
you have worked on?
100.
You can include TV and
Yeah,
Ma'am.
hundreds. I work in commercials and television, so quite a lot.
A, he's nervous. B, let him answer.
And were you employed as a grip on the set of the movie Rust?
I was the key rigging grip.
And what's a key rigging grip? Is it any different than what you previously
Is it
described?
different than a gorilla grip?
Usually you would have a department, it's separate from the actual.
Do you know what a gorilla grip is?
Grips, there's a key grip.
Whose is it?
And the key rigging grip is a parallel to him. So you have your own department separate from his, but you carry out orders basically from the DP together. So,
And the DP being the director of photography?
yeah.
And was that Ms. Hutchins?
Helena in this case, yes.
During your career, how long have you worked in the film industry?
15 years.
And during the 15 years that you've worked in the film industry, if you can estimate for the jury, how many times do you think you've worked on movie sets or TV with armorers?
Somewhere neighborhood of 30 to 50 maybe.
Okay, a fair number of times.
Yeah.
I did do that.
Were there issues with regard to guns and gun safety on the set of Rust that stood out to you?
Yes.
Can you
We wanna hear
describe
all about
those for the jury?
We want to know all about it. He objected. First of all, you can say objection, not your honor. Your honor is not actually an objection. The prosecution's face is just like, this guy again. And I think after watching today and after watching Runkle's stream yesterday and watching how absolutely terrible his cross was of the key detective, the lead detective did a great interview, I think, with Hannah Gutierrez, but I think she did a terrible job testifying. I think her cross could have been a absolute shit show for her. And it wasn't, because the defense couldn't land any of the impeachment yesterday. But after watching Runkle's stream and thinking about it this morning at 3 a.m. on my way to the airport, Runkle pointed out, and if you guys don't know Runkle, Ian Runkle, Runkle of the Baileys, a YouTuber here, a lawyer in Canada, is a defense attorney and a weapons instructor and gun expert and all around great guy with excellent hair. He was wondering or pondering if perhaps Bouillon was set to do the cross-examination of the lead detective, which makes a lot of sense. Why Bowles had no timestamps, no documentary evidence ready to be like, oh, you didn't say this? Did you say this? You didn't say this? Did you say this? And his cross was a mess because some of his crosses today were very much more prepared, very much more linear and very good. And I was like, okay. So maybe that's part of what we're seeing with the frustration and the disorganization here is that I have already forgotten that one of the lawyers on day 3 of trial quit or was fired by the client, but would have had a whole bunch of stuff. They would have divvied up the work and they would have divvied up the witnesses. And if they divvied up the witnesses, he A, should have not slept to prepare, or B, Bouillon's not going to give him his work if he's fired. So it was kind of a mess. So let's zoom, because we are not on real time in court. So we're going to try to speed up because why not?
Issues with firearm safety that concerned you?
Yes, I did.
To be clear, Bouillon, because we had defense attorney Bowles and defense attorney Bouillon, and I was thrilled into this trial going, Bowles of Bouillon, let's get it. And then we saw a minute order saying that Mr. Bouillon had made a motion to withdraw his representation and that he was not allowed to withdraw. He had to stay in the case, but he was also ordered not to speak to the defendant per the defendant's request. We covered that on day 3 or 4 of trial. So one of the defense attorneys in the middle of trial is no longer a defense attorney, but is required to sit there, but can't talk to the defendant. It's wild.
Will you explain to the jury what's coming to mind as I'm asking you that question?
On 2 separate instances, I came across the cart where they moved the guns
Guy,
around.
I'm sorry if I scared you.
Would bring them to set and set their cart up, and on 2 separate instances,
Well, we'll
I
get
came
to it
across that
next.
cart basically unmanned with nobody around it, and
Guys, we'll get
looking
caught
around.
up. Here.
Let me stop you there. Was there
Let me
anything
stop-
on the cart that caused you to be concerned about the fact that
Let me stop you there has become my what if any. We'll go at 1.25. Thank you guys for letting me know the next witness up, but please don't spoiler in the chat. We're all gonna get there together.
it was unmanned?
Yeah. Yes, there were firearms and ammunition on top of the cart.
And why did it concern you that it was unmanned?
It's just not something you see normally on a set.
The judge
It felt
the
wrong. It
judge
was, anybody could
denied
have
the request.
done anything they wanted to those weapons, and nobody would know.
In your experience working on movie sets with armorers, is that something that you usually see?
No, there's usually a chain of custody. Gun goes from armorist to actor, back to armorist, back to storage.
Can you recall ever seeing guns and ammunition laying out unattended on a movie set?
No.
Was there anything
Unmanned.
else with regard to firearm safety that you witnessed that caused you concern?
One instance, we had a large scene in the cowboy town, like in the main part of the
They're really just
western town, and
establishing
there were a
that
lot of guns
she
involved in the
wasn't
scene. We had
taking care of
finished
the
the
guns.
majority, like the big wide part, and I ended up standing next to an actor who still had his pistol in his holster, was not in the current scene because we had moved on to another scene, and he was playing with it, messing around, and I just jokingly was like, "Hey, don't shoot me," with that, quit messing with that thing.
That's not funny.
Standing right next to him.
That's terrifying.
It's not something you normally see.
That's
So
terrifying.
Was Ms. Gutierrez supervising that actor when he was playing around with his gun?
No, he was standing by, either waiting to go in again, possibly, or hanging out after he had just finished. I'm not sure.
But guns
In your
shouldn't just be laying
experience
around.
working on film sets with armorers, are the actors generally permitted to walk around with their real prop guns and manipulate them?
Tori,
And
me
there's
too.
usually
Me too.
like a strict chain of custody, they call it, and it's armorist, gun back to armorist, back to storage. You don't usually see
And that
them
makes
left
sense.
with the actors.
Gun to actor,
In your career,
gun
have you ever
back to
seen that,
armorer.
that you can recall?
I don't think so.
Okay. And sir, were you present on set on October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
I want to start, why don't we start at lunch, okay? Did you have lunch with the crew that day?
I did.
And how did you get back? And just to be clear, how far away is the lunch area from the town and the church?
We heard it was
about a
real
quarter mile.
fucking far.
It's walkable, but there's vans. And
A quarter
you get
mile
rides
is
typically.
actually
I had my
decently
personal vehicle
far.
on set, my truck, and I would use it to go back and forth.
Okay. And on that day, did you drive yourself?
A quarter mile is decently far given they have a very, very limited window for lunch. They have, like, I think they said 37 or 42 minutes for lunch. They have a very limited window. So it's decently far. And Hannah, in her interviews, kept saying everything was like, fuck far away. It is a very big ranch.
To the lunch area?
Yeah,
And did you drive yourself back?
I did, but I also picked up Plana and drove her back with me on that day.
And where did you drop Ms. Hutchins off anywhere?
Yeah, right at the church. I dropped her off in front of the church.
And just to be clear, were you in the church at the time of the incident?
I was not.
Let me ask you this, were you close enough that you heard the incident?
I was about 100 yards away. I heard everything. Well, I heard
Did
the
you know it
gunshot
was a
go off.
gunshot when you heard it?
Do
'Cause
you
the
have
armor
experience with real firearms?
Some.
When you heard that sound and you were, I think you said about 100 yards away, did you have any idea what it was?
I honestly didn't know if it was part of the scene. I didn't know if they had started or not. I did not. It didn't raise any major concern to me until someone came out yelling, calling 911.
And is that something that you heard on your radio, or did you see that with your own eyes?
I saw that with my own eyes. I heard them yelling.
To call 911?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you realized that there was some type of an emergency?
I immediately ran into the church.
And what did you do when you got inside the church?
Oh,
I saw
Sorry.
Helena laying on the floor being worked on by the medic, and Joel was to the left, and our dolly grip Ross was attending to him.
sir, we want to hug
And
you.
at that time, all the pews were still really tight up on them, so I immediately started chucking pews out of the way, and I moved the dolly, and I cleared room for them to work on Helena.
And did you stay in the church while they were performing life-saving measures on Miss Hutchins?
Yeah, I did. I was, excuse me. I was directly involved in first aid with her for a number of minutes before
Sir, it's
the
okay to have
paramedics
emotion.
had arrived on the scene.
And when you say
okay.
that you were directly involved in first aid with her, do you have any first aid training?
No, I was just assisting. The medic was having trouble keeping the oxygen mask on Helena's face. She was flailing and tearing it off, and myself, the gaffer, Serge, and our Steadicam operator, Reed, were all around helping stabilize her. I had her head and neck, Serge had her arms, and Reed had her ankles, I believe.
Was it apparent to you that she had suffered some type of a serious injury?
Yeah.
And why was that apparent to you?
She was bleeding and in pain, and I saw the wound and realized it was life-threatening in the area there was. And
When you say you saw the wound, where was that?
entry was under her right armpit, I believe, and exit was just inside of her shoulder blades, I think.
And did you see both of those, the entry and the exit?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, were you relieved by paramedics?
Yes, paramedics showed up, and we all fell back and let them take over.
If you recall, when you were in the church attempting to render aid, did you see Ms. Gutierrez or hear Ms. Gutierrez?
No, they cleared the church pretty quickly. I pushed past whoever was maintaining the door at that
I'm
moment.
going
and
to answer
went
this
in.
when we get a break
But
because
they were trying to keep
Yes.
everybody out of there.
Okay.
it is necessary.
And at some point then, did you leave the church?
And we'll talk about why.
Yes.
And when you
It
left the
sucks
church,
for
where did
this
you go?
witness.
I left the church because they were calling a helicopter and a lifeline or whatever you call it, and they needed a landing zone cleared, and I immediately jumped on Channel 3 with the Teamsters and called for the water truck.
He's
to
like,
come
I
over
am the
and clear
MacGyver
our
of
landing
set.
zone, and
You need a
I
landing
started
zone?
trying to get vehicles out of the way. I actually
I'll
hopped
make
in
you a fucking
police
landing
vehicle,
zone.
tried
You
to
need
move
pews
it,
out of the
and
way? I got pews
quickly
out of the
had an
way.
officer come up and say he would do it.
You need helping a medic? I'll
I'm sure.
helping a medic. I am MacGyver.
Did you take note of anything when you were outside the church? Did anything catch your eye?
Baldwin on his phone, maybe.
I believe after that, the helicopter thing, I came back and saw Dave Halls and Hannah having a conversation. Dave Halls was asking Hannah to see the pistol and wanted to clear the gun and look at it and see what was in it. And I believe he retrieved it. I think in my initial interview I said she had grabbed it, but in my notes that I took afterwards, I believe he was the one who actually pulled the pistol out of the church and brought it up.
Did you hear what he said? In my notes that I took afterwards. I get asked this all the time. I have people in my personal life, and especially when I was doing legal consulting, that ask, like, what can I do? And I'm like, with what's going on right now, especially if it's something stressful, traumatic, whatever, I'm like, you need in real time to take notes as close in time as you can to what you remember. And it's really, really helpful because your memory will change, and traumatic events, your memory can change. But writing down in real time what you remember as best you can is so important. And I don't know if anybody suggested that he do it or if he was just like, we need to write it out. Writing can also help, process trauma, and there's other stuff to it. But knowing that you've written it down sometimes will reduce the stress that it's safe. But I love that he brought that up. When things, even if it's a car accident, even if you're fighting with your bank over a chargeback, making notes is hugely helpful all the time. I love that he brought that up. Good teachable moment, as Amy Van Dyken would say.
And were they standing around or over a cart?
Yeah, there was a black Rubbermaid cart just to the left side of the door. If you're looking at the front of the church, just to the left, it was tucked in. It was already, it's kind of, for shooting, we always tuck things in tight around the door. And it was
Law enforcement wasn't on scene yet.
They were standing in front of it.
And what were they doing?
They were removing the bullets from the gun and attempting to check them and see which were dummies and which
And
ones
Dave
were
Halls and
happy.
Hannah are checking the gun.
Did you have any concerns about that?
I did. It immediately felt wrong to me, and I thought to preserve it, I pulled my cell phone out and actually held it up, tried to record that happening. And I was just so flustered that I actually didn't push record, so I didn't get any footage, actually, but I stood there holding my phone as though I were the entire time.
So you were attempting to video record them taking the rounds out of the gun?
Yeah.
Did you happen to see what happened to those rounds?
Yeah.
I love that he tried
took them
to
out
do
one by
that.
one, shook them, checked them, and I believe they ended up on the Rubbermaid cart.
I imagine this dude was like, it feels fucking weird that you're touching this gun before law enforcement is here. So I'm going to do my best to try to record it. He tried. He was concerned about this set, and he tried to document it. After being in the church with somebody he very much liked as they were bleeding after being shot. I feel for this witness. I like this witness so much.
As they were going through them.
Okay. And
I wish
was
you would
this
ask
a
him
rather
why.
stressful event for you?
Yeah.
Why did you want to record?
Were you
why?
interviewed by the police in a trailer on October 21st?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review the statement that you gave?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your thoughts are about the accuracy of your statement?
Honestly, it was pretty inaccurate. I had just found out Helena died 5 minutes before that, and
Yikes.
I was very emotional, and after watching it, several times I misspoke in that.
And why do you think that you misspoke and had some errors in your statement?
I don't know. I think I was just flustered, and I think I said there were 5 bullets when there were 6. It wasn't anything big, but it was just simple,
Well, they only
errors.
pulled 5 back out.
Do you recall in that interview describing the armorer as a blonde person?
I believe I was talking about her assistant, or who I thought was her assistant. But
I mean,
no,
the
it
front was
I
blonde.
wasn't trying to describe Hannah.
Okay. You understood that Ms. Gutierrez was the armorer?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam?
Mr. Bowles, you've been kind of rude to the recipient witnesses,
You
sir.
recall when you gave that statement mentioning that the blonde-haired assistant had brought the firearm into the church?
Right.
And the blonde-haired assistant on the
blonde-haired
movie was
assistant.
Sarah Zachry. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time, at least, when you gave that statement, you indicated that it was Sarah Zachry who had brought the firearm in the church.
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you guys. The
Now, you
hotel
stated
chair
today
is
that,
not.
you
You're
gave
going to
that
see a lot of
interview shortly after
ADHD
this-
in this
this
chair
had
because I
happened,
can't
and it was traumatic.
wiggle
Is that-
properly.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So you made several misstatements.
Yeah, I believe someone told me that she handed it off when we were after the incident. And yeah, I don't know why I purported that.
Okay. Well, and
If
right
I keep
after that, it's
freezing,
not
I'll
would be
fresh.
unusual for you to make a mistake and something
Yeah.
like that. Was it hard for you to even think and concentrate?
Yeah, definitely. I was still crying in there.
And
All right, guys, give
when
me
they
1
interviewed you,
second. Let
were
me
you,
see if I can
still on the set? Were you still there?
Yeah, they made us
mitigate
wait
the
around to be
choppiness real
interviewed.
quick.
Anybody who was directly involved.
You also talked about the cart on direct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sir,
If
we
you
feel
need-
for you.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Good.
You also talked about the cart, and you indicated that when they came out to load, it was the Rubbermaid cart.
Yeah.
And do you recall also that you thought it was the special effects cart?
Yeah, the special effects guys had a lot of gear in and around that area for the scene that was happening. They had a bunch of poppers set up in the church, and I believe their firing station was in that area, so that's why I indicated that.
Okay,
Okay.
guys, I'm going to pause real quick and see if I can refresh one thing on my computer to try to mitigate some of the choppiness. So give me one moment to do that because I need one moment to do that. And with the multiple screens, it's really, really hard with the way my mobile setup is. But thank you for the patience while we deal with the inevitability of being on mobile. So give me a sec and let's see if I can help improve the experience. All right, let's see if that helps.
Things you said though that they had loaded it by the special effects cart.
Yeah,
Okay, so-
it may have been. I honestly don't even know if that was a special effects cart or if it was the armor's cart. Now I can't tell you.
Okay, so as we sit here today, I mean, is it fair to say, because of the trauma of those events, that maybe your memory's affected some, which wouldn't be unusual?
I took contemporaneous notes in the days after and have a pretty
Smart.
good recollection of what happened in that time frame.
Okay. I want to ask you about the incident you were talking about with the cart and the firearms left out on it.
Sure.
Are you certain those firearms were not replicas?
I have no idea. They could have been.
Okay. And when you walked by that cart, do you know what time of day it was?
It was late morning.
Early morning? Was
Late morning.
Late morning?
Mhm.
And do you know what day that was?
No, I couldn't get it.
You guys, I'm not saying choppy for everybody. You might want to refresh on your end.
Bigger,
Or
gun
try that.
scenes where we had, I believe it was the most guns in any scene that we had at that time.
And because of how many guns were involved, did you see the armor and her, or Sarah Zachry, her boss, did you see them attending to those firearms?
During that scene, yes.
Okay. So when you saw the cart, was the scene completed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see them still dealing with the firearms?
No. We had moved on into another building, I believe, around the corner, and that cart was left behind.
Okay, in any event, you didn't know whether they were replicas or not. Did you report that to anybody?
No, I did not.
Okay. And the other instance, I think you were talking about kind of joking with somebody that had his firearm still. Did you report that to anybody?
No, I did not.
Okay. I don't have any further questions?
Wow.
Okay, redirect.
Just one moment, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
I'm done. No, I'm not. Relatable, sir. It's relatable. I get it. It's like, wait, one more thing. My husband will walk out of room like twice and he's like,
You know what,
are we really done?
When you walked outside and saw that cart, did you know whether the prop cart was over by the black tent?
When are you referring to?
And I'm sorry. When you came out and saw them unloading the firearm,
Uh-huh.
was the prop cart, do you recall it being near the black tent or not?
I don't believe it. Was there a black tent?
I need to
there?
try to
think
reach something. Hold on.
There was a black tent on the right side of the building, and the cart was on the left side, if I recall.
Okay. The cart that you remember seeing?
Yeah, the cart that was just outside the door to the left.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Redirect.
And just to be clear, Mr. Ziello, did you see who brought the firearm into the church after lunch that day?
No.
The day that
We
you saw
know it was Dave
the,
Halls.
Firearms unattended on the cart, you indicated that there was a big gun scene that had just happened? And just, if you don't mind saying yes for the
Yes,
record.
sorry,
Okay.
excuse me.
And in that scene that was taking place that day, if you recall, did it involve the firing of blanks?
It did,
Do fake guns fire blanks?
not to my knowledge.
And the gun that was on the actor, was there anything about it that caused you to think it was a fake gun?
No, that was a real gun.
It was a real gun. Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have anything else.
Great.
All right, you're excused. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
David Halls.
All right, they're calling David Halls. We'll see if this witness will be done today. I am just going to put out there because it's very clear, and I think I've made it very clear. I am not a fan of the plea deal Dave Halls got. I don't like it at all. Dave Halls was the first AD. I think Dave Halls is very responsible for what went down on this set. Dave Halls was actually in a position of authority and power to stop the things going on this set. And the fact that they offered him a 6-month probation, I don't like at all. I would love to know why the fuck they did
Law
it.
that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And you know what?
Have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
If the defense attorney doesn't bring the motherfucking heat on Dave Halls, I am going to lose my mind. Chad, I know we're a little delayed. So absolutely go. No spoilers in the chat. I want to watch this together with y'all. I want to react in real time. I hate this plea deal. I try to let you know how I'm feeling about something. They need to bring up the plea deal on direct. So let's see what
Want some water,
happens.
sir?
I would please.
You're going to need it because somebody's going to roast you. I don't like this plea deal at all. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. So no spoilers in the chat. Thank
State your full
you.
name for the record, please.
You
David
guys,
John Halls.
it's okay to say you think he's responsible.
Mr. Halls, what do you do for a living?
I am retired. I was
I'm retired. Shocking. It's okay to say that you don't like the plea deal, that you don't like what he did, that he is responsible. But what we don't do is name call or wish harm. So I appreciate you guys. I don't like this. I don't like anything about it. It feels like fuckery to me.
a first assistant director.
I'm going to put this in real time because I feel like it's probably needed.
On motion pictures and television.
Why'd you retire?
How long were you a first assistant director?
Did you retire because someone got killed on your watch? Is that why you
Since
retired?
the mid-90s, I think we could probably
Didn't sit
use-
well with you, maybe?
For motion pictures, 94.
Okay, and I ask you to move that microphone a little closer to you, okay?
He does have to testify as part of his plea deal.
And in October of 2021, were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
I was.
And were you employed in that capacity as a first assistant director?
I was.
Can you explain to the jurors what a first assistant director does?
Are you responsible for
A
safety
first assistant
briefings?
director is responsible for creating the schedule. First assistant director will do that in collaboration with the director and producers.
And what else?
That's a process of taking the script and breaking it down, and what actors are going to be needed.
I don't think I've
in
ever
which
been
scenes,
this
what props are
fired
going
up
to be
about a
needed,
witness
what
before they took
pieces
the
of
stand in any
wardrobe
case
are
other than
going to
maybe
be
Alec
needed,
Murdaugh when he took the stand.
what special effects will be needed.
I don't think I've
And that is
ever.
all broken down into a software program that's pretty universal in the industry, and that generates documents that can be
Wait, can you tell me what the
distributed
software is
to
and can it
different
help me make my
departments, to
day?
different department heads, and my department, the assistant director's department is kind of a contact point for the cast. So it's really a position of disseminating information. This is all
That's it?
during the
You just
pre-production
disseminate
process.
information.
And then once production shooting begins, the first assistant director would be, an analogy would be you're the shop foreman or the site foreman. you're overseeing and making sure that the production is following the schedule, that things are moving efficiently, and that people are given, the cast crew are given the information that they need to know.
And sir, as the first assistant director on the set of Rust, were you what's called a safety coordinator?
Yes, that is part of my title.
Did
yes.
you do that?
And what do you do as a safety coordinator?
Maybe you should ask him what he's
It's,
supposed to do as a
to
safety
make sure
coordinator,
that the
because he
different
didn't fucking
departments
do it.
and cast are following the safety protocols. That there are written safety protocols that are produced in an alliance between the different unions and guilds in the industry, Screen Actors
Did
Guild.
you follow those?
The unions that represent the technicians.
Did you do
and
that?
It's just to observe, to make sure that mitigating any safety risks.
You're supposed to do what now? Did you just say you're supposed to mitigate any safety risk? I'm sorry. Did I hear that correctly? You're supposed to mitigate safety. I don't think I heard you, sir.
Just to observe, to make sure that mitigating any
I did hear that.
any
Mitigating
safety
safety
risks.
Did you feel
And
personally,
handed the gun to David, to Alec Baldwin.
up until October 21st, that Rust was a relatively safe set?
I did.
Are you delusional?
Did you yourself have
The camera crew walked off over safety issues. You had multiple misfires and popper misfires. The Delulu is not the Salulu, sir. You thought this was a safe set. You thought this was a safe set. I don't have lights that I can change color, Chad. I don't know what to do with this. We're gonna have to just keep going.
any concerns about Ms. Gutierrez's behavior as an armorer?
I did not.
And
You thought it was great?
is
I need my notebook.
part of
Where's
your
my notebook?
role as the first assistant director to be a part of the safety check of firearms that's taking place on set?
Yes.
Can you just describe for the jury generally the way that should work?
How should it
Yeah.
work?
I was going to say typically, but usually, all the time, whenever there's a firearm on set, I do not work with a lot of first assistant directors, but I am assured that this is a protocol that all assistant directors follow. That whenever a firearm is on set, I make an announcement. In the case of Rust, I had a wireless microphone that was connected to a public address, a speaker system, so everybody could hear. And all the time, whenever there was a firearm on set, I would make an announcement there was a firearm or firearms on set. I'm inspecting them with the armorer. If anybody else would like to inspect the gun, now
You're
would be the
doing
time.
what now?
And you're certainly welcome to do that.
You're doing what now?
I would also, if there was ever an incident where the firearm had to be fired, a blank.
I'm in Vegas. I
I
should
would
have brought
make that
I
announcement.
should
There
have
will
bought a
be
drink.
live-
I should have bought a
live
drink while I was
fire in this
downstairs. I should have
shot.
gotten one of the big, like,
Your
Trulies.
eye protection are
or a
provided.
whiskey.
Please protect your ears.
On the set of Rust,
There were
can you tell the
misfires.
jury what the safety checks with Ms. Gutierrez consisted of?
It's really what I just said, that whenever,
And let me stop
Yeah,
you and
yes.
ask a more pointed question. I guess what I'm
Chad,
interested in
if I start getting too hard
is,
on him, please let me know. I don't have a lot of
did Ms.
objectivity
Gutierrez
here.
load
I
the
just
gun
don't.
in front of you on any occasion? Just kind of walk us through your experiences with blanks, with dummies, with Ms. Gutierrez, and let's, for the purposes of these questions, let's assume that there's going to be blank firing.
Ma'am?
Okay?
Yes.
Are we doing hypotheticals? He's not an expert. What question are you actually asking? Because I have no idea what the hell you just said. And it is so much. He can't do hypos. He's not an expert. Let's assume
We
you
assume
did your
there's going to
job.
be blank firing prior to handing the gun to an actor. Is there a safety check that is
I need to let the
done
folks on
with you
Instagram know
and
he's
Ms.
on the stand. I
Gutierrez?
feel like that's what I need to do.
Yes, she showed me that there's an empty gun at that moment before she would load the blank round. She would also show me the
This
barrel.
is why you need the Law Alert app, because y'all are going to
of
get
the
a
gun
notification
to
he's
make
on the
sure that
stand if
there's no
you don't miss
obstructions in the
anything.
barrel.
So let me ask you, when she would show you the barrel, were you able to see all the way down the barrel?
On the revolvers, yes, I certainly was. I recall there might have been a rifle that I might not have been able to get a clear to see light at the end of the barrel.
Okay. So she loads the gun with the blanks in front of you, is that right?
Yes.
And then what happens then?
And then she would give it to the actor.
And was it, in your mind, permissible for her to then walk away and go do something else?
During the moments of live fire,
Sure.
no, not acceptable for her to walk away.
Okay. Let's talk about instances where a gun would be loaded
Did
with
you
dummies.
tell her to walk away, though?
When you
This
would do the
testimony
safety
smacks
check
of
with Ms.
hindsight.
Gutierrez, would she
Where's my notebook?
load the dummies in front of you and shake them so that you could hear that they were dummies?
There were only 2 occasions where
This is too important, then I'll get my
dummy
notebook.
rounds were used
Let me
Yeah,
stop
you're
you
going to
right
want a
there.
bunch of water.
When you say there were only 2 occasions that dummy rounds were used, how do you know that dummies were in the guns on those 2 occasions? Is it because Ms. Gutierrez approached you and told you?
What question is that, and why is that
Okay.
leading, and what are
Uh,
you doing?
Would you know
Carrie,
if there
come
were
on.
times that she would dummy up the guns and not bring them to you and not tell you?
No, the normal, every day, every moment that there was a firearm that was being handed to an actor, she would always bring the gun to the firearm to me, and we would do an inspection
How?
of the firearm.
How would you
And you
inspect
only
it?
recall 2 instances where firearms were dummied.
Yes,
How would you
And
inspect
was
it?
one of them on October 21st?
yes.
And the other one, did that involve a revolver or a long gun?
A long gun.
Okay. So
I'm not room servicing alcohol
let's talk
just
about
yet.
October 21st.
I need my notebook.
I'm gonna start with you
I love this pen pouch, by the way.
after the lunch hour.
I need to
What
write
was
down
happening after lunch?
my present sense
were we
impressions
doing
of
there?
the testimony,
We
or I'll
were
forget.
preparing a shot for Mr. Baldwin's character. He was sitting in a pew. He's been on the run. He's taking refuge in this old church, and he's sitting in the pew. And what we were photographing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to avoid the word shot.
Uh-huh.
We were preparing for this shot. Mr.
And-
Baldwin sitting
right.
in the pew. It was basically
I do
from
I
his
do appreciate
waist
him
to the
trying
top
to
of
be
his head,
mindful.
and his action was just to pull out the revolver. And in the story, he's pointing the revolver at 2 U.S. Marshals that have come into the church.
I appreciate that he's trying to be mindful because
that was what
they
you-
were preparing for that blocking for that movie shot, but also we are now talking directly about the time period leading up to the shooting of Helena. The thing is, he was very emotional in his plea deal as well. I don't like the things that he did in his job. I don't discount the fact that this was also emotional and traumatic for him. And I think maybe more so because he's so much responsible for it, and he could have prevented this. And that's what makes me so mad. If he had done his job, this could have been prevented. Just like if Hannah had done her job, this could have been prevented. And if Baldwin had done his job, this could have been prevented. He's one of the 3 people in that chain of you could have stopped this. So I don't doubt he's emotional about it. I don't call bullshit on this just yet. But it doesn't erase how frustrating it is that he, and especially when you go through that OSHA report, the OSHA report slams him more than anyone else because he was the safety coordinator and he was not doing his job. And this is an unsafe set because of him. So I don't doubt that it's traumatic for him, and I don't doubt that he's upset. However, part of that has to be, what if I had just done my job? I don't know, sir. Maybe Helena wouldn't be dead.
You were intending to do?
That's what we were preparing to, yes, lighting, yes.
And
The prosecution should bring up the plea deal.
This has been referred to as the shot. Is that your recollection?
The prosecution should bring this up.
You could
I'll be
refer
shocked if
to
they don't.
that. You could say that, yes. Can I just...
No.
There's been a lot of
you
talk
can't.
about
Can
rehearsal.
Can I just? No, you fucking can't. You know what you are? A witness. You know what your job is? To answer questions. You know what you don't get to do? Have a moment to like unburden your soul. No, this is not your time to make a fucking monologue. No. No, you can't. No, you can't.
The fact that the judge has not stepped in and said, sir, there's no question pending. The fact that the defense has not objected and said, sir, there's no question pending. And I think the defense is going to let him just twist in the wind because they're going to blame all this on him. Oh, fucking hell.
What kind of circus are we living in right now? There is no question. Can I just say, no, you can't?
And I just like to clarify, if that's okay with you.
No.
Let's finish this line of questioning first, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, was this a rehearsal or was it just setting up the shot?
We have a long way to go today.
Immediately after lunch, we were setting up the shot. Mr. Baldwin was not called to set.
It is leap day. We might leap
And is
into a
that
parallel
common
universe
that-
here on
that
stream.
Was Mr. Baldwin considered first team?
That is what we refer to in the motion picture industry. That is what we refer to the cast as first team.
Okay. So
Does it make
when
them all
the
feel
shot's
special?
being set up, is first team usually there?
No.
Okay. They don't come in until it's ready to shoot.
Yes, I
apologize.
mean,
Excuse me, I digress because I need to deal with my anger. I thought that the first team wasn't on set. I actually just learned this from Love Actually, from the 2 stand-ins who were the lighting stand-ins. I thought you just had people stand in for this kind of stuff. Like that, is that not right that you don't have? I needed a moment of levity. I need to break the rage cycles so I can actually give constructive.
Ready to film.
there are occasions that we might have shot a shot with cast, and now we're gonna do it at a different angle and do lighting, and they might stay there.
Okay.
It just depends on the amount of time that would
Okay.
be needed to prepare the shot. But Mr. Baldwin was not present at that time.
So on October 21st after lunch, they're setting up the shot. Do you recall who was in the church?
I do.
Go ahead and tell us who you recall being there.
Miss Hutchins,
He was in the church too.
Joel Souza, Serge Setnoy, Ross.
Did you say Serge Svetnoy?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Serge is suing everybody.
Ross Adiego,
Ross is apparently also suing
Reese
everybody.
Price, Thomas Gandy, Roman Gandy. This is during preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is pre Mr. Baldwin
Sir?
arriving on set. I believe the microphone boom operator, Zach Sneeby, might have been in the room in the church at that time.
Was Ms. Mitchell in the church at that time or not yet?
I don't recall seeing her there
Okay.
at that time.
Okay.
You know what? Mr. Souza would not have been. I don't think he was in the church during the preparation
Okay.
time.
So, at what point in time do you have contact with Ms. Gutierrez?
When Mr. Baldwin was called to set, when he arrived on the set.
Who called Mr. Baldwin to set?
I did.
Did you, at the same time, make any request for the armorer or armorer services?
I did not.
Did you ask for the gun?
I did not ask for the gun
And why wouldn't you have asked for the gun?
because it's normal procedure on certainly all of the productions that I've worked on with firearms.
You're gonna try to throw Hannah under the
And
bus then.
it's not just for firearms, it's for props and wardrobe that when first team is called to set, it's announced over a walkie-talkie. The first assistant director would go onto the walkie-talkie and say, "Camera's ready, first team, please." This alerts all the different departments. Certainly costumes, because they're going to need to do whatever, put a piece of costume on the actor, make adjustments. Hair and makeup, they're going to need to do their touches. Props, they're going to need to give the prop that's needed to the actor. And this is also a signal, a cue to the armorer that the actor that needs the firearm is going to be on set, and I should be there. The armor, the armor, I should be there to give the gun to the actor.
Okay, so you didn't actually call for the gun, but you agree that Ms. Gutierrez may have understood that it would be time for her. Okay, so you didn't actually call for the gun, but you.
Why did the stream just glitch? Hold on. That was strange. I'm gonna back up a little bit.
And this is also a signal, a cue to the armorer that the actor that needs the firearm is going to be on set, and I should be there. The armor, the armor, I should be there to give the gun to the actor.
Okay, so you didn't actually call for the gun, but you agree that Ms. Gutierrez may have understood that it would be time for her. Okay, so you didn't actually call for the gun,
weird.
but you agree that Ms. Gutierrez may have understood that it would be time for her to come into the
Do you have
church.
an
Yes.
objection, Mr. Bowles? No, you two don't need to talk. You need to go to sidebar. Question, is this Dave Halls? Yes, he's the first AD. He was in charge of safety. He said that he believed before Helena got shot that this was a safe set. That's not what the OSHA findings say. He has a plea deal from the prosecution. That plea deal was for a 6-month misdemeanor, wherein he is required to give truthful testimony in any proceedings that are needed. And he is to take a gun safety class.
And my
And
apologies.
apparently he retired.
Just to be clear, you don't know what Ms.
Hannah was thinking.
What Ms. Gutierrez thought.
Correct, because it
or
calls for
why she did
speculation.
what she did in that moment, correct? You don't
You
know
asked the
that
terrible
Ms.
question.
Gutierrez thought to herself, I better come into the church.
This is not how this goes. She asked a terrible question that was calling for speculation, even though I see where she was going, which is when you call for first team, the armorer might have given the prop or the weapon to the actor because you called for the first team. So that might have been appropriate, but she was trying to elicit what Hannah thought. He's not in her brain. He can't tell her. And then there was a sidebar where the court's like, that is speculative. And now she's trying to fix it, but he never even answered. So she needs to move on.
You're making that assumption, correct?
I'm making that assumption.
Okay.
You elicited the
But
speculation.
to be clear, you did not call for the gun.
No.
Okay. Does Ms. Gutierrez appear in the church?
Yes, very shortly after Mr. Baldwin appeared on set.
Okay, go ahead and kind of walk us through this. Tell us about when Mr. Baldwin appears in the church and then Ms. Gutierrez, and walk us through what happens.
Calls
Mr.
for
Baldwin
narrative.
entered the church. He took his position where he was needed in the pew of the church. I'm standing in front of Mr. Baldwin, facing Mr. Baldwin. It was no more than 5 feet from him. I was a body width to what would be his left. And Miss Gutierrez appeared on my left-hand side with the revolver, and she said, let's do the gun check. She opened up the latch to show the drum of the revolver. She rotated the cylinder. It was empty. Checked the barrel.
It was what?
It's a cold
I got
gun.
so annoyed I took myself off stage. Never in any of the testimony and anything that has been said in this case in any of the interviews was the gun empty. Never ever. Never ever has that cylinder been empty. In all of the testimony, that cylinder had 5 rounds in it when Hannah went to lunch. And then she didn't check it again because she checked it before lunch. Even though they were left unsecured, she checked it before lunch. She said they were secured. The last witness said it was not secured over lunch. And then the 6th round was wonky, so she cleaned the cylinder and put in a round. There were 6 rounds in this gun, according to her, when she showed it to you. It was not empty. It was not empty. And I don't know if he's willfully lying or if this is a trauma response where he is trying to distance himself for the fact that he is to blame that a woman is dead. I do not know. But it was definitely not the fuck empty based on all of the evidence we've seen. And this is why I can't sit in court, because my face would be like,
just took a few steps
The
and
fuck
gave
it
it
is.
to Mr. Baldwin.
when did she load it?
Now, it's your recollection at that point in time that the gun was empty, it did not have dummies in it?
Absolutely, it was empty.
Okay. And you looked at it, correct?
I looked at it, yes.
Now,
Are we talking
let me
about
stop
after
for a
lunch?
moment. Were there any opportunity, at any point in time during that day, did you sit in for Mr. Baldwin?
I did,
When was that?
after lunch.
Okay. And when you sat in for Mr. Baldwin, was the firearm in the church?
No.
Okay. So why don't we talk a little bit about that? Why are you sitting in for him? Explain to the jury how that happens.
Well, usually there's a stand-in for the actor, a person, and most times it's a person that matches the height and hair
I have not
color,
seen his police interview. If
look
there is one, they'll
of the
play it,
actor.
I'm sure. Or the defense will.
There was a stand-in for Mr. Baldwin, and when I entered the church after lunch, the stand-in for Mr. Baldwin was there, and because of COVID, I wanted to keep the amount of people in the church to and I typically do that anyway. Outside of the pandemic, before the pandemic, just in smaller spaces.
Can
I
we
would
come
try
back to the
keep-
point?
What I usually say is, if you don't have to be there, please don't. So because of
Point.
COVID and just generally, I'd like to keep
This has nothing to do with COVID.
only the people that are needed for the shot there. I said, his name was Bill. I said, Bill, it's okay. I can sit in for Alec. And it was a good opportunity. Just as if I'm sitting in the pew right now, I can observe everything, the crew preparing, and that's what I did.
And stuff?
Did you need to
Now I need
have
a
a
sweatshirt.
firearm
Sorry,
at that
Chad.
point in
I
time?
did not.
Travel days are hard on
Did
me.
you have a firearm at that
No,
point
I
in
did
time?
not.
I'm not in my
Were
space.
you using anything to mimic a firearm?
I recall holding up my hand. Like
I don't have
this,
my stuff.
bigger.
I need a sweatshirt.
Just so that they could set up the shot?
Yeah.
Okay. So after the setting up of the shot, after you sitting in for Mr. Baldwin, just to be clear, it's your recollection that Mr. Baldwin came in and Ms. Gutierrez came in around the same time?
Yes.
Okay. She does the gun check with you. You see an empty gun. To your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin. Is that right?
That's correct.
What happens after that? How do we end up with a gun that is no longer empty?
I did not see the gun taken away from Mr. Baldwin. I'm still in the same position, facing him, body width to his left, no more than 5 feet in front of him. You know, as an assistant director, you're looking around, you're observing, you're communicating with people. I did not see Ms. Gutierrez take the gun from Mr. Baldwin, but she appeared back on my left hand side, and she said that she had put dummy rounds into the revolver.
What is he saying? At that point in time was another safety check done.
She
This
opened up
cross
the
better be
latch to
fire.
the revolver. I recall seeing 3 to 4
Oops, sorry, chat.
what I believe to be dummy rounds. I had seen the dummy rounds
Did you shake
before.
'em? Did you shake him?
And when you say you saw them before, are you talking about that day or?
Before that day.
Okay, and let me ask you, under what circumstances would you have seen the dummy rounds if the only other time that guns were dummied up was a rifle?
Yes, and I believe on that day, I did see those dummy rounds on her heart.
That's
Okay,
different.
so you were familiar with what they looked like?
They had a very distinctive, bright brass
Would you agree that a
end to it.
revolver and a
What would be the end of the
shotgun
the
are
bottom of the shell casing,
different?
and all the primers were depressed, meaning that this has already been a bullet that has been fired. And,
But sir, let me ask you, you indicated that you only saw 3 or 4, you didn't see 6.
He said it was empty.
I don't recall her fully rotating the cylinder.
Okay.
Oh, it's not that there weren't more. It's that Hannah didn't fully rotate the cylinder. You know whose job it is to make Hannah show you everything that's in the gun? Yours. The reason I paused is because I have seen the chat, and there are over 17,000 of you in here. I've seen a lot of questions about whether his plea deal can be revoked. It is very difficult to revoke a plea deal. It would have to be not a misstatement, but a very specific and intentional lie. And I will, if we have more of his testimony and more of his previous testimony, we can reevaluate this after the cross-examination, but it is not an easy or common thing to do. To do, and it is not for misstatements like I said this, then I said this, then I said that. It's not that. So we're not there yet. If this is consistent with what he's been telling law enforcement, then it's different. So no, it has to be fairly egregious. So we will talk more about his plea deal at the break. If you guys are still having issues with chat, just refresh. That is on the YouTube end.
You don't recall her fully rotating it?
I do not.
Okay.
Isn't it your job to make her do that?
And
answer yes.
even though the cylinder wasn't fully rotated, did you let
He's
that
throwing
safety
her under
check
the bus.
sort of pass?
I did.
Okay. And what's your recollection about what happened?
Your office gave him the deal, and you are going to have to deal with the uncomfortable reality that it was his job to not just let it pass. Deal with it.
To the gun after that?
She took the few steps to Mr. Baldwin and gave Ms. Baldwin the gun.
Okay.
She gave Baldwin the gun. Damn it, that was user error. I was flustered. That's my fault. She gave Baldwin the gun. Sorry, we're going to have to get back to this part of the testimony.
A rehearsal, or was it just setting up the shot?
Sorry, chat.
How do we end up with a gun that is no longer empty?
Hold on. All right. She gave Baldwin the gun. I'm flabbergasted. She didn't fully rotate the cylinder, and she gave Baldwin the gun. His story is quite different than everybody else that was around, because everybody else said that you did this. Cross better be fucking fire. I'm going to just step in and do it.
Were
from
you
here.
using anything to mimic a firearm?
All right, we
They
did
could set up
that.
the shot.
Yeah.
After the setting up of the shot, after you sitting in for Mr. Baldwin,
Hold on,
she
I'm going
does
to try to
the
get to where
gun check with you.
the right
you
part of
see it.
testimony.
That's correct.
What happens after that?
Same position, facing him, body width, communicating with people. I did not see Ms. Gutierrez take the gun from Mr. Baldwin, but she appeared back on my left-hand side, and she said that she had put dummy rounds into the revolver.
And at that point in time, was another safety check done?
She opened up the latch to the revolver. I recall seeing 3 to 4 what I believe to be dummy rounds. I had seen the dummy rounds before.
And when you say you saw them before, are you talking about that day or?
Before that day.
Okay, and let me ask you, under what circumstances would you have seen the dummy rounds if the only other time that guns were dummied up was a rifle?
Yes, and I believe on that day, I did see those dummy rounds on her cart.
Okay, we've
so
covered this.
You were familiar with what they looked like.
All right.
End to it, we're depressed, meaning that this has already been, all the primers were depressed.
Okay,
meaning
here we
that
are.
This has already been a bullet that has been fired. And,
But sir, let me ask you, you indicated that you only saw 3 or 4.
All right, we're basically caught up.
You didn't
Sorry,
see 6.
chat.
I don't
This
recall
is a bit of a repeat.
her fully rotating the cylinder.
Okay.
Nobody believes that you didn't hand
you don't
Baldwin the
recall her
gun.
fully rotating it.
Nobody believes you.
Okay.
Nobody believes. I don't believe you.
And even though the cylinder there was a safe check sort of pass.
I did.
Okay. And what's your recollection about what happened to the gun after that?
She took a few steps to Mr. Baldwin and gave Ms. Baldwin the gun.
Okay.
No, he didn't check.
And let me ask you, sir, were you criminally charged in this case?
Now
I
we get
was.
to the deal.
And did you enter a no contest plea to negligent use of a firearm?
I did.
And why did you do that? When I say why, what in your mind caused you to be, what caused a plea to negligent use
Is
of a
there a
firearm to be
question-
appropriate? What did you do that
Was negligent.
would justify that?
Your calls for a legal conclusion.
I
Compound.
was negligent. And
Compound calls for legal conclusion. This question's a shit show. Also, he got a deal. He got 6 months of probation. He pled to a misdemeanor. He had to take a gun safety class. I think he had to pay a $500 fine, and he has to testify in any court or administrative proceedings. That's it. That's his deal.
checking the gun properly.
Okay, that's the reason that you took that plea, is that right?
That's correct.
So, to the best of your recollection, Ms. Gutierrez hands the gun to Mr. Baldwin.
At least she
Walk
brought
us
up the
through
deal.
what happens after that.
At least she brought up the deal.
The revolver is placed, Mr. Baldwin had a holster that the gun was basically at his chest. And his action was to take the gun out and point it at what had been the two U.S. Marshals. And he was pulling it out. I'm sure he was getting used to that action. Miss Hutchins, about where to point the gun.
Do you
It's-
recall, sir, was Mr. Souza also in the room?
He was.
Was
She should have
Mr.
just let
Souza
him
also
go.
participating in how to set up this shot? Do you recall?
No,
Chad, I am having some lagging issues just because I'm traveling. We have had multiple witnesses that we have had a lot of empathy for. How are you all feeling with this? How are y'all feeling with this? Are you feeling the emotion with this one? Are you feeling that the way you felt it with Ross? Are you feeling it the way you felt it with the last witness? Let me know.
I just recalled that it was communication between Mr. Baldwin and Helena.
Okay. And then what happened?
The gun went off.
And there's no right or wrong answer here. I'm just
When
curious.
the gun went off, what did you think happened?
You were standing there. How loud was it for you?
There's so many thoughts.
You sound like Tom Sandoval.
Honestly, the idea that it was a live round of ammunition that went off was just not, it wasn't computing. It wasn't, and it was my thought was that a blank round had been loaded, and there have been another instance that an actor was
You were thinking about Brandon
killed
Lee.
from a blank round, and I just thought that there something in the blank round, a wadding I had heard at one time, and maybe they used pieces of wax to keep the black powder in the blank round, or was there an obstruction in the barrel? It just wasn't something I could compute in my mind.
Sir, after you heard the gun go off, tell us what you saw in terms of the reaction by Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza.
Ms. Hutchins is to my left, maybe 3 feet away.
He's wiping his face a lot.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
it was my recollection that I might have been the first person to her. She was on the ground. Perhaps Ross Adiago might have been there, which would have made sense because he was the dolly grip, and he would have been closest anybody to Helena.
He was closest
Did you speak
to
to
Joel.
Ms. when you approached her?
I did.
What did you say?
Are you all right?
Did she respond?
Yes. She said I can't.
And when you're ready, just tell us what happened after that. Take a break if you need to.
I'm ready.
Why do you have more patience, Carrie? The prosecutor and I aren't on a first name basis, but we are. Carrie, why do you have more patience for this man's emotion than you did for Ross? I have so many questions. You didn't really have a lot for Ross Adiago, but for him, we have, sir, take all the time you need. You doing okay? Now you want him to take a break and see if he's okay?
I immediately left the church to make sure that 911 was being called.
Oh, you left.
And
As everyone else was running in, you left.
the set medic appeared and she was treating Ms. Hutchins, and I stayed out of the church just to keep
As people were running in to help you,
space.
you stayed out.
Do you know where the gun was?
I believe that part 100%. I believe that 100% that he ran out of the
after
church.
it went off? Was it, if you recall, was it left in the church? Was it taken out?
I had an assumption what was going through my mind, trying to.
I had an assumption where the gun was. It was in Baldwin's fucking hand And then what happened? You saw that Helena was bleeding and said she can't feel her legs. The medic came in, everyone else came in to help, and you ran out of the church. You're the first AD. You're the safety fucking coordinator on set. This is your set. And the dolly grip is there, and the gaffer is there, and you run out. Give me a fucking break.
Determine what had happened. Again, the idea of what was in the gun that would do this to two people. Still,
bullet.
no ability to compute that a live round of ammunition would have been in that gun. And I said,
You are the first AD and you ran out of the church.
in an effort to triage
Chat,
the situation, I need to know what's in that gun. I went back into the church.
Chat, as usual,
I went to the pew.
your timing is flawless.
On the pew was the revolver. I grabbed the revolver.
So Baldwin, put it down.
I left the church. I went to Miss Gutierrez's cart, which was on.
I will say, chat, I do not consider believing these actions are cowardly as name calling. These are, though, I will say, I never know how anyone's going to react under stress. I do not believe he reacted well under stress. I do not. Am I judging him for that? I absolutely am judging him for that. It is a traumatic situation. A lot of people ran in. He ran out. It says a lot about him. It says a lot about him. But for those
Church, it would be on the left-hand side of the
glad
church,
he went in and
right,
got the gun.
just immediately around the corner. The person need you to unload. I don't need to know what it's in it.
And did she unload the gun in front of you?
She did.
And what was taken out of the gun?
I recall seeing 5 dummy rounds, again with the distinctive bright brass
Now you
ends
see
to
rounds.
them, and one shell casing that did not have a projectile on it, and it had a completely distinctive looking end to it.
The live round.
When you say a distinctive looking end to it, what are you referring to?
I recall it as being gray, metallic gray. And I recall that it was just completely different looking. It's hard to explain. There was some kind of machining or.
It's not hard to explain. There's pictures. She can show you pictures. So there.
Maybe it was raised. This is my recollection, but a more contemporary looking bullet than what.
And when you did your safety check of the gun, that very distinctive, very contemporary, very metallic gray, e.g. silver, that didn't stand out to you? No?
Rounds.
No?
And let me ask you, sir, do you own guns?
I do not.
Do you shoot guns?
No, I do not.
At any point in time,
I still want to. I would rather see this dude on. I would like to see this dude on trial.
Did you
as
tell
well.
Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
Can you say that question
Did you
again?
tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
From everything we've seen on this set, I don't believe that for a second. From everything we've seen on set, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There are things that I believe Hannah about, and everyone yelling at her to get out of the church, I would take her word over his on this. So.
Did you realize
That's where I'm at.
that she had left the church?
I did not.
The church is this big, sir. It was this big.
Did you have an expectation that the armorer would stay with the gun?
That wasn't in my head at the time.
What about the
let me
entire
ask you, just in terms of
filming?
your experience working on movie sets with guns and armorers.
What about his experience
in
on
your
this set?
experience Does the armor hand off a gun and then walk away and leave?
That's not my experience.
But that's what she did this whole set. I will say I do like Carrie's shirt.
At some point, did you realize that Ms. Gutierrez had not stayed in the church?
I did not realize she had not stayed in the church.
After the gun went off, where was she the next time you saw her?
At her cart.
Okay. And you just didn't know whether she was in the church or not?
I did not know.
Okay.
Ultimately, I think that this plea
Sir,
deal was locked in
did
before
you
this prosecutor
instruct
took over
Ms.
this case.
Gutierrez or request
I don't
that
think
Ms.
this was her plea
Gutierrez
deal.
put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
Did you hear anyone ask her to put dummies in the gun?
I did not.
So they're trying
Now,
to say
we
that
understand
she
that
put
you
dummies in the gun
entered
when
into a
she
plea
shouldn't
agreement.
have.
Has
Here's where I'm struggling with this. From Ross, whose testimony I very much resonated with, Ross was saying that Baldwin liked to have all his quote unquote hero props. He wanted everything to be real. It is part of his acting style. He has method and he needs it to look as real as possible for whatever they're doing. So it might be literally parsing, like threading the needle true, that on this occasion, they did not ask her to dummy up the gun. But it also might be the very real situation that anytime she handed a revolver to Baldwin, it needed to be dummied because that was his expectation and that is what he expected. So it might be literally true, but I don't think it's true in the full context because I think it would be established by the end of filming, because they're getting to the end of filming when this happens, or the end of filming with the weapons, that Baldwin wanted the gun dummied. So even if he didn't say to her, dummy up the gun, that was what was expected of her either way. That does not clear her liability.
Were you placed on unsupervised probation?
Yes.
And has that time period?
Ma'am, why did you just jump back to his plea deal? By the way, did you catch the word she used? I don't have my comfortable mic stand. The word she used was 6 months of unsupervised probation. Unsupervised. Unsupervised probation. I don't even know why this is coming up because I'm so mad about the dummy thing.
Were you placed on unsupervised probation?
I'm sorry, I need to back. How did we get here? Where in my anger did we lose where did the train jump the track in this? Unsupervised probation basically means if you fuck around, you don't find out, but they don't really care.
Entered into a plea agreement. Were you placed on unsupervised probation?
Why circle
Yes.
back to this?
And has that time period ended?
Yes.
So you're already done.
Approximately when did it end?
I think sometime in October.
Okay.
It was 6 months, ma'am.
Are you under any legal requirement other than responding to a subpoena to come in here and testify?
No.
Why have you agreed to testify in this trial?
It's important to me that the truth be known. That Helena's husband and son
Tell me more about the truth,
family?
sir.
know the truth of what happened. It's important that the cast and the crew, producers of Rust, know what happened. And it's important that the industry, the motion picture and television industry, knows what happened so that this never happens again.
You didn't do your job.
All right, thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Jesus Christ. You didn't do your job. She didn't do her job.
For bathroom
You didn't. Oh, it's time for a bathroom
break.
break.
So, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And, we'll be back at, about 2:35.
All rise.
I can't throw things. I'm in a hotel room. I want the truth to be known. Then you should have talked a little more about the things that you were required to do and did not do. Your job on the set was safety. I can fucking not. We're gonna zoom. We're gonna zoom up to real time. Let's give a quick summary of Dave Hall's testimony, shall we? Maybe we won't, because it won't swoop. Why won't I swoop? It won't swoop. Miguelina, my swoop won't swoop. Just a heads up. Oh, nothing wants to change my screen. Okay, I am a little frozen on my end. Hopefully I'm not frozen on your end. Let's, it did swoop. It didn't swoop on my end at all. I froze. Oh, bless travel days. Lovely. So Dave Halls, the first AD, is on the stand. Dave Halls testified that safety was one of his responsibilities. The prosecution never asked him about the safety briefs, never asked him about the misfires on set, never asked him about the popper that went off, did not really ask him much about what he was doing. What she focused in on was that he saw that the gun was empty, sees Hannah loaded in the church, which none of the evidence bears out, says that Hannah is the one who handed the gun to Baldwin, and that Hannah didn't show him the entirety of what was in the cylinder, and he, quote unquote, let it go. He let the safety check go. And then immediately after the shooting, he went up to Helena. He asked if she was okay. She said that she could not feel her legs. He ran from the church. He says to make sure somebody's calling 911. He came back in and recovered. They opened it and checked it together, seems to be his testimony, and that there were 5 dummy rounds and 1 round that was empty. Or one casing that had like a really silver end and looked very modern and different than the other rounds, which if each round had come out and he had seen it, then he would have known. The cross on this should be feisty. And if it's not, I will be feisty. So we're going to zoom back to court. I apologize for the stream glitches. There is only so much one can do with a travel day, and I try to do my best. Sometimes it's awesome. Sometimes it's not awesome. Dave Halls is going to resume the stand right now, and we are going to get back in. We're going to get spinning wheeled of death is what we're going to get. So hopefully we'll get back into court. Let's all cross our fingers. Well, I'm getting the spinning wheel of death on the Wi-Fi. I am going to answer some questions if I can. Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. Used for coffee and treats while traveling. I'm definitely going to need to, especially if the internet acts like this. So glad you're here and had safe travels. Thank you. It's been a very long day, but I'm glad to be here. Otterly said, my Tumblr came before court today. I'm so excited. Jamie said, I find it ironic that the people prosecuting Hannah for negligence are essentially being negligent and making a clear record with their sloppy objections. I would be annoyed if I were Hannah. Yeah, Hannah did not look pleased by the circus sideshow of shit that was happening yesterday. Let me see if I can get this stream to resume for me. There we go. All right. Sometimes you just have to, turn it off and turn it back on again. Fingers crossed. Question, is it me or do these attorney acts like they hooked up at a Christmas holiday party and woke up to the truth? There's a weird vibe between them. I don't think that's the vibe, but
Yes, you're still in the room. Will you
It's
We need counsel, so hold on.
frustrating. They're waiting on a lawyer.
Sure.
I don't know which lawyer they're waiting on. How much time is Hannah facing? 18 months on the involuntary manslaughter. There's another 18 months on the tampering with evidence. I still haven't seen enough evidence on that to think anyone can convict her on it. Like, there's just, the prosecution hasn't even proven that. So I'm going with 18 months at this point because that charge right now is pretty shit. Am I the only one who was hearing EDB's voice in their head during the morning session? I imagine you were not the only one hearing my voice in your head during the morning session. Bowles is buffering. They're waiting for another lawyer. I don't want to mess with the stream too much because it's gonna, I worry. Question, is it possible that she is so unqualified for her job that the people who hired her were criminally negligent rather than her being criminally negligent? They have not been charged. I think it's a hard theory to make. I think that's going to be the crux of all the civil cases. And it might be part of what they go after Baldwin for because he was a producer. He's going to say he wasn't in charge of hiring. I had outpatient, Hannah said, I had an outpatient procedure this morning and now I'm at home recovering. Thank you for keeping me company as I recover. Recover well, Hannah, and know that every time we yell your name, we are not yelling at you at all. So recover well. Thoughts from the chat. Missed your verbal input during the morning stream. I will do my best not to miss any more, but it's a busy time of year. Sorry, off topic. Will you be covering Raquel suing? Yes, I will be covering the Scandival lawsuit when I have a chance. I don't know when that will be. Show can't afford armor days. That's what it sounds like. And if so, you don't get to make a show with a lot of guns. EDB defense is trying to say Baldwin and co cheaped out for the project. That's true. And didn't give Hannah the money she needed to do her job properly. That's also true. But she still had to check the gun. Shake it. She tries to emulate a Camille Vasquez style poorly. I don't hold the female defense attorney who took this case on day 3 of trial. Her crosses have been more clear than Bowles's. I'm not going to give her a hard time because she came into this trial like in the middle and jumped in. I don't quite know why, but it's wild to me. So I'm not going to give her a hard time about that because it's a wild thing to jump in like that. Did you bring Vincent Van Gogh? I totally forgot him. He was sitting next to my earrings, so I wouldn't forget, and then I forgot both my earrings and my goat. Random conspiracy theory just for fun. No. Had to represent myself in court today for CPO. I didn't even get nervous because I got my law degree from Law Nerd University. Thanks for all you do. You are welcome. I don't know why they're up at the bench again. I've got my Law Nerd University water bottles, the one I travel with. And I'm glad you weren't nervous. That's literally why I do what I do. Allison, thank you for the gifted memberships. My rage has not subsided, but here we are.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I want to start with a question that we have.
Why
can you say again?
Why the fuck aren't you on trial?
You saw?
I need to start with the question. Why the fuck aren't you on trial? I'm gonna try to let my rage subside. I'm gonna try not to interrupt as much. Do the YouTubey things, likey, subscribey, all the YouTubey things.
When
it'll improve the Wi-Fi.
She unloaded the gun after the shooting incident.
That's a jury question.
The judge is objecting? Back me up a minute. Me talking to myself. I'm going back to normal speed. The judge is objecting.
But you saw when she unloaded the gun after the shooting incident?
That's a jury question.
Yes.
I recall seeing
I don't know what just happened.
5 rounds, which were dummy rounds.
Sidebars are on the
They had
record, just
the
not
bright
heard by the
brass
jury.
ends to them, holes drilled in the side of the shell casing. The projectile still on top of the shell casing, and one shell casing without a projectile on top of it with a distinctively different looking end of the bullet.
Ice Cream Sunday,
Mr. Halls,
thank you
on
and
that,
welcome.
That portion of it, when you say distinctively looking in, can you describe that a little more?
It was a metallic gray color versus the bright brass coloring of the other rounds, and it just, from my recollection, it just there was a different kind of style to the end of the label. In my mind, there was maybe some raised machining, if you will, or
It feels like he's trying to explain something he doesn't remember with this. He's like trying to add in more detail instead of just going with I don't remember, which is weird, because I think the answer is I don't remember. Raised machining?
Okay, sir, and do you mean the end of the casing?
the end of the casing.
So you're talking about the top of the casing, the end of it.
Like it was
Are you
crimped?
talking the top that would be empty or the bottom of with the primer, where the primer would have been?
If the end of the casing is round, looking at a full circle.
Just because I would love to run away into pop culture for a minute because this is outraging me. For everyone asking, yes, I will be covering the Bravo lawsuits. Yes, I am traveling. Yes, I will be covering them probably on the podcast because we're in trial. So it won't be stream coverage because we're in trial. It'll have to wait.
Of the end of a shell
So
casing.
probably the podcast. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, there wasn't still a projectile on that round.
There was no projectile on that round.
So you're just talking about the casing and the top of that.
I'm talking about where the primer would be.
Where the primer would be. So
Was there
that's
no
on
primer?
the bottom of the round.
Yes.
Okay. And you said on the bottom there's a distinctively gray kind of color?
Counsel, can you approach?
Your Honor, why, ma'am, why? I'm going to repeat what Mr. Bowles said a few days ago. Can you just let him do his cross? Why aren't we just letting the man do his cross? Like, what are we doing? Why are we up at sidebar? To be fair, the prosecution might have made a face at the judge like she wanted to approach and been like, I need to approach. I don't see anything objectionable by what he was doing, though.
Okay, sir, just one moment. We're going to pull a picture to show you.
That's definitely better. If that's why they approached and the judge was like, this is confusing as fuck, can we get a photo? Then I appreciate the interruption. Brandon, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. I appreciate it. The Law Nerd community appreciates it. It's the best community on the internet. Chat is bae. What if any jury isn't unanimous on this case? What if the jury isn't unanimous? Then the case hangs and they retry it. Or don't retry it and let her plea. I mean, I would probably let her plea. I would probably let her plea. But if the jury hangs, you either let them plea or retry it.
If you could take a look at that.
Sure,
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that?
We don't charge the checks. We
Yes,
just remind.
it looks very similar to the dummy rounds that I saw.
Okay. So that, and if I may show the...
Mr. Bowles, did you bring enough for the
This is
class?
States Exhibit 26.
Did you bring enough photos for the class?
Sir, you indicated that
Dave Hall's retired after
You
this
indicated that resembled the round you were talking about?
because he can. He retired after this.
It resembles the dummy rounds that I saw. The
That's-
ends of the dummy rounds that I saw.
The 5 dummy rounds?
He says it resembles the dummy rounds I saw. I think he's showing him one of the live rounds with the silver primer on the end. It's my recollection. Chat. We have like 18,000 brains. The silver primers, they say, were the live rounds. That's when they tested them, the silver primers were all the live rounds. So he's showing them, and Dave is like, those were the dummy rounds. He's not right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Does
Dave
it
Hall's
resemble
retired
that-
after this
that
happened.
6th casing?
No.
Okay. So it looked even different than that. Than what
He's
we just
just
saw. It
fucking
didn't look
wrong.
like that.
It did not look like that.
Okay.
Those are the live rounds.
Okay, we may come back to that, but I appreciate that explanation. Now,
That's
let me
wrong.
ask you some preliminary questions about your background. How long have you been in the film industry?
Maybe.
I
Abigail.
started in the film industry, I think, around 1985.
Okay. So, 30 years?
Yeah.
Or
Yes,
actually,
over.
40 years. My math is... let me see, 15, so almost 40.
From
40
Mr. Bowles, you're a
2021,
lawyer. Stop trying to math.
retired from the industry.
Okay, somewhere in there, almost 30 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been a first assistant director for quite some time. How many years have you done that?
Since the mid-90s.
Don't let this put
since
you
about-
off.
around 1995.
New Mexico's
How
beautiful.
many films over the years have you worked as
I don't think so.
a first assistant
might have.
director? Do you recall?
I don't have the
Okay.
number, really.
Sir,
I
you'd have to
don't-
check my IMDb.
It's
That's
over
okay.
20, it could be 30.
That's not nearly as
Okay.
many
And
as how many sets
have
the
you
gun
worked
expert
on where
worked
there's
on.
been an armor?
The gun expert worked on a lot of movies.
Approximately.
Sir,
I'm sorry, sir,
you knew this was coming. They were going to ask you about your background. You
I would
literally
really have to
knew.
sit down and and look at
Sir, did you prepare for your testimony in any
my
way?
resume. For sure, 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not holding you to a number, but of those 10 and those approximate 10, have you ever worked on a set where there's been a part-time armor?
No.
Okay.
Chad,
So,
I think
film was the
he's
first
just being a
time
little
you've ever
evasive.
been on a set involving somebody doing armor duties and something else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Here you were aware that Miss Gutierrez Reed was performing functions of armor and props assistant?
I was.
Okay. Now, sir, as I understand, you did not have any concerns during the rest set about Miss Gutierrez Reed's work.
I did not.
Did you believe that she was diligent?
You're the safety coordinator on set, sir? You had 2 negligent disfires of weapons. OSHA flamed you for it. And you had no concerns? No concerns? You're not even going to say, at the time I didn't have concerns, but in hindsight, I maybe should have been. No concerns at all. No concerns at all. Huh.
In her checks of firearms on set?
I did.
You thought she was great?
When let's just give an example, there'd be a day where guns were going to be used and Miss Gutierrez Reed was present as armor, would she ask you to do weapons checks with her?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, when she does a weapons check with you, is that to open and show you the barrel and make sure there's no barrel obstructions?
Yes.
And I think you described earlier that with the revolver,
You only look for barrel obstructions? Because I'm pretty sure the expert said that even he has found live rounds on set and shut down the set for it. Pretty sure that was the testimony this morning. So you only check the barrel. You don't check the cartridges. Y'all are just fine with it. Like, no barrels
you
hurt
could
people.
see down through it.
I mean,
The
barrel
light goes through, you
obstructions
can
can be
see
a
through
problem,
the
but
barrel.
there's other
Yes.
problems.
Okay. Now, do you also recall Miss Gutierrez Reed had a tool to push down the barrel to make sure there's no obstructions?
I don't recall seeing
Okay.
that tool.
But would you describe her as very diligent in that process when there was a weapons check required, that she would do that with you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know of any instance before the 21st where she did not do those weapons checks when they needed to be done with you?
None whatsoever.
Okay. I know that you would have safety meetings. Now, would you have those every day of the set?
We did not have them every day.
Okay. And I know sometimes, do you recall getting emails that
Excuse me?
people wanted to have?
Excuse me, sir. I have a question. If I was a juror, I would like to ask a question. The jury of the chat has a question, and that question, why the fuck not? Why the fuck did you not have safety meetings every single day?
Safety meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And at one of the safety meetings, do you remember Ms. Gutierrez Reed helping you with a presentation as part of the briefing?
On day one, the first day, yes.
Okay, sir. And what did you think about her presentation regarding the gun portion?
I was very impressed with how she was she
Are you going to
took
say
control of the situation and was very
diligent?
clear and very instructive and communicated everything very clearly
In your
and confidently.
Okay, and confidently.
Confidence matters.
In your
a
experience,
lot.
having observed Armors
Experience
in 10 other
matters.
films, did she come across as seeming competent in what she was doing?
She did.
And did she come across as seeming knowledgeable about firearms?
She did.
Okay.
How many civil suits are you in right now, sir?
You said that was the first day. Do you recall there being a training for a gun training
Just
specifically
curious.
for the actors and crew?
Before the shooting schedule started, there was a day devoted to Ms. Gutierrez training actors.
Okay, sir. And were you present at that?
Aaron, I don't know,
was.
but I'm pissed
And
about
what
it.
was your,
No, I do know.
What was your impression of that training?
Here's why he's not being roasted like Ross Adiago got roasted. He's not suing anybody. He's being sued. He's being sued on the production side of a lot of the civil lawsuits. And he's sitting here, and he would have said it in pre-interviews, he's sitting here saying, I thought Hannah was great. I thought Hannah was competent. I thought this was a safe set. I didn't have problems with the set. That's why. Ross said this set was a fucking shit show. This first AD didn't do anything. That armorer was unsafe and was letting people fuck around with the weapons. Ross came for Hannah. This dude's backing up that Hannah was great. And Hannah's doing a great job. And the prosecution didn't do much to prove that Dave Halls, are you being civilly sued over this, sir? Is your testimony here today altered because you're being civilly sued? Maybe. Maybe. Damn it, I dropped my chapstick.
She was confident.
It's Dave Halls' fault.
There were some male actors, and she didn't seem to be intimidated by them, and I felt that they respected her.
Did you participate?
I would just like to say, Dave, from my small woman brain, apparently, I can competently work around men without being intimidated. I know that y'all think you're intimidating. Some of you actually are, but it's fewer and farther between than you might like to think. But there were male actors, and she was able to talk to the men with her womanness. Dave, you had lost me before, so you can't have lost me much more. But I would just like to say, women work around men all of the time. It's so weird in 2024.
It's been in that training?
It's
I
so,
was just
it's so
observing.
strange.
Okay.
It's so strange.
So, in the time that you
How
saw
do we all
her
do it every day, you
doing
guys?
armor duties,
Look at us.
You didn't have
Look
any
at us.
complaints about her.
Just walking around.
Now, Mr. Halls, you know that she was also doing props duties. Did you ever witness her doing specific props duties, like rolling cowboy cigarettes or propping up actors? Or
What was in the cowboy cigarettes?
I
Can I get one?
recall seeing her helping in propping up actors. Yes.
okay. We saw some videos earlier today of some of the scenes.
Honestly,
that-
I've got to just stop. Honestly, I'd have a lot more respect. I'd have a lot more respect for him if he said we had actors on set with strong personalities, and fiery personalities. If he had just said sometimes on set Baldwin's a dick and she handled that well, I would have a lot more respect for him than just saying she handled the men on set well. A lot more respect. Just say what we're all thinking. Say that Baldwin was being a dick on set and she handled it well. Just say
But
it like
like-
it is.
There was fairly gun-heavy scenes at times. And so there would be a lot of people walking around, some people holding weapons. Do you recall
I
that?
cannot today.
Yes, there were. Yes.
Okay. Now, there were a couple instances where it appeared that muzzles were of weapons were getting traced across people.
Chat, you make my
Now,
life.
do you recall anything like that?
Who just got the vapors? I saw it.
Can you clarify?
Sure. There was some testimony, but and
Sorry,
some
sir, we need to
videos
get back to clutching our
where,
pearls.
for example, a stuntman was holding a weapon, and he was kind of turning around, and it was coming across the muzzle across other people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall anything like that?
I don't recall anything.
Okay. Some of those, it appeared you were present on the videos. But do you remember any instances where you felt like there was an unsafe condition with the way people were pointing their muzzles?
I did not.
I don't give a fuck what he thought about
If
whether
I did,
he felt. I don't give a shit about this man's feelings about how the muzzles were being pointed. Are you fucking joking me? Why is the prosecution not objecting? Because the expert today was talking about all of it. I don't give a fuck about his feelings. Not one. Not a single one. You know why? He's not an expert, first of all. Why are there no objections? Second of all, it doesn't matter. He's not doing his job. Why is this testimony? Why is no one objecting? He's not an expert. Why is he rendering testimony that the way everybody was pointing the muzzles around set was just fine? And everybody's allowing it. So I guess
it was
we're
part
good.
of my practice that
I guess we're cool with
I
it.
always, I would say, please point the gun away. If their action as an actor was to point it at another actor, I would say, please, especially live fire situations. Please make sure you're pointing the gun away from that actor.
So your habit in practice was if you saw
And this
something
is a
like
bad
that,
question
you would
from the
tell them,
defense.
please point that gun a different direction.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now we saw another video where it appeared Mr. Baldwin was running out of a shack or a structure.
Did
and the
he see that
cameras are
video? You
panning
should
over
probably
and he's
show
shooting
it
as
to
he's
him.
coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a camera and it's a blank. They're shooting blanks out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that scene?
I do.
Okay.
They're trying to
Do
pull
you
Dave
recall
Halls onto their
the
side. It's
cameras
really
were
weird to
sort of
watch.
right in front of Mr. Baldwin as he's coming out and shooting?
I do.
Do you remember having any concerns about the safety of that shot with Mr. Baldwin shooting a blank and the camera being right there? And we're not sure how many feet away, but it was.
There was a number of situations where whenever there was a camera that needed to be close to a gun being fired with a blank, I would ask the operator, do you feel safe? And I would suggest that they would put we call them Fernie pads, but they're basically a packing blanket that you would see when you're moving furniture or something that typically people can wear in that situation.
Okay, sir. So, and you had a lot of experience leading up to that movie, but when you saw something like that, you said your habit in practice was to talk to the person behind the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember a scene where it was actually that same scene where Mr. Baldwin ran up the hill with the child actor at the end of that scene, and there was a yell for cut, and then Mr. Baldwin shoots after the yell for cut, and he utters a cuss word? Do you remember that?
I only recall it because it was shown to me in December.
Yes, sir. And I recall that was shown to you.
Yes, it was.
Now,
Yeah, I think he said, cut, motherfucker. I think Baldwin was the motherfucker in that situation.
your memory of that, did you at the time think that was a safety concern, that cut had been yelled and Mr. Baldwin shot after the directive?
I didn't register as a safety concern.
Okay.
So why are we listening to you about where the muzzles should be pointed if that didn't register to you as a safety concern?
Did Mr. Baldwin at times direct people on those scenes, like the camera people, the armor? Did he sort of order people how he wanted to do
Chad,
it?
if I'm frozen, Dave Halls is just
Again,
sitting
this
there
is
with the
recalling
same
what
look on
was
his
shown to me
face.
in the deposition, and he was
And I can't
clearly
refresh me at the moment.
pointing a gun and asking the person that he was pointing a gun at in the direction to, please move.
Okay.
Move away from where he's pointing the gun.
Do you remember at times Mr. Baldwin rushing people to keep going, reload, go, let's go, let's go? Do you remember that?
Again, I was shown a video where Mr. Baldwin says, let's go.
Where were you?
I don't
I'm buying a hot spot.
characterize that as Mr. Baldwin rushing people.
Okay.
I think I characterize it as an actor in I'm ready. Okay, let's go. There was never any Mr. Baldwin.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's not rushing people. We all saw the video. Chat. Did the video... I'm going to put up a poll. Hold on. We're going to take a minute. I'm going to put up a poll this morning. Did it feel, from what you've seen... Sorry, I forgot my mobile keyboard. From what you've seen, was Baldwin rushing on set? Yes or no? That polls up in the chat. The amount of distancing that's happening here, all of his he's like, everything was fine. The man is distancing himself so far from liability. There are so many civil lawsuits pending. He's like, everything seemed fine to me. So, sir, you're that incompetent too then? Is that what you're trying to tell us? You would rather be incompetent?
All when rushing anybody.
Okay. So you never felt like
He was
Mr.
an
Baldwin
actor in his
was rushing?
moment.
None whatsoever.
Okay. Now let me talk to you about,
Actors.
you became aware of 2 negligent discharges on set, did you not?
I did.
And do you remember those were approximately October 16th, 2021?
Approximately, yes.
Were you present and witness in either of those incidents?
I was.
Which one or both?
Both.
Okay. At the time that you witnessed them, do you know then that one involved Sarah Zachry
Yes.
and the other involved a stunt double?
Yes, Blake.
Blake.
Yep.
Okay.
Blake.
What did you do in response to each of those safety incidents?
I didn't do anything. When Blake's long gun went off, I said, "What the F is going on in there?" And he replied, "It just went off."
Okay, and so you questioned him briefly. He said that the gun just went off. Did you ask him anything else about it?
As
did
guns
not.
do.
And
They
how about with
don't. I'm
regard to
being
Miss
facetious.
Zachary?
I did not.
Okay.
So,
Now you know that that there is a thing called
The longer the defense goes, though, the more it pushes me back in the camp of, are they all throwing Hannah under the bus? It doesn't mean Hannah didn't do her job. It doesn't mean Hannah wasn't reckless in doing her job. But the defense is very cleverly, or maybe just not cleverly, using this witness to make it feel again like all these dudes are just throwing Hannah under the bus, which is what they're arguing. So this witness works well for them. I didn't have any problems. There were no red flags. This is a mess for the civil lawsuit. The civil lawyers hate
a
all of
production
this.
report.
I did.
And a production report is something that has the daily events, anything significant that happened that day. Is that right?
Yes.
Would that be something that ordinarily would be put into a production report?
It's such a rare situation.
Shouldn't it be
I
noted
couldn't
if it's
answer
super
you.
rare?
I don't think it would be a normal thing.
If it's not
Well,
normal, shouldn't it be
But wouldn't
noted?
Whose responsibility would it be to make the production report?
His? I bet it's his.
It would be the second assistant director.
Oh, the second.
Would you
duty.
have any responsibility to report that yourself?
I would.
And now, would this be something that you would consider noteworthy that maybe someone up the chain would want to know about?
At the time, it didn't seem to be noteworthy. It was just, it happened. I don't know, other than, don't do that again.
Shit just happens.
I don't know really what else could be done.
Okay.
If we stop, call
Yes.
a meeting.
Yes. Isn't that literally
Don't-
what the
don't
fuck
do
you're
that
supposed
again.
to do?
That's the only.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps
Aren't you supposed to stop, call a meeting, get answers, do an investigation, figure out how things happen, make sure people feel safe on set? He's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too much information from the Office Ladies podcast, but they talk about having safety meetings when people light a candle on set. So I feel like this is maybe not standard protocol.
some additional training might have been warranted for those people that had the misfires, the negligent discharges?
No.
Why did it not occur to you that maybe they needed some more training, for example, on how to hold that hammer and prevent that from falling too quickly? Why did that not occur to you?
Well, for the stunt doubles case, I'm assuming that he was an experienced stunt person that had experience with firearms.
Do you have experience?
I guess I made an assumption that Sarah had some experience in training.
And what did you make that assumption?
If you're the safety coordinator, I'm going to just go ahead and guess that assuming only makes an ass out of you in this situation, and that assuming people have the requisite experience is maybe not how you're supposed to do your job. But nobody's going to flame him because they're all just going to use him for their own purpose, and the jury's going to be sitting there going, what the fuck? Like we are.
That assumption?
Experience. Just.
Because, man.
Okay. So, in response to those negligent discharges, there's nothing that happens. Now, did you become aware of another discharge by special effects? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
I was not.
What?
Are you
Competent at your job?
aware of the safety bulletins put out by SAG?
Oh, I am.
And did you ever know that they were, or whether they were
Any
attached
SAG
to
members in the
call
chat? I
sheets?
would love to know your thoughts.
They were not.
Do you know who would attach those? Would that be you? If they were going to be attached?
It would be a member of my department that would do it.
Do you know why those safety bulletins were not attached?
It's not a requirement, written requirement.
The other
Some-
members on set
some
didn't think it was
80
needed.
departments do it, some don't.
Now, the safety bulletin goes over the rules about firearm safety, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so that's something that, but you're saying that just varies, that some people do it, some don't?
Yes.
Okay. You talked earlier about when you would make an announcement that there would be gun usage or live fire with blanks, you had a wireless microphone.
I did.
Well, how did that work? Would that transmit through a radio or to other people, or you would just announce it on the microphone?
Often I would do it simultaneously pushed. I would have a little microphone lapel, it would be up here. And that's normally how I would communicate. It was never. No, I usually would do it by hand with the walkie-talkie.
What?
There were times where I would do it simultaneously with the wireless microphone in my walkie-talkie.
So if you,
Sir, what
that
the
wireless
fuck?
microphone, would it just transmit into the general area around you?
Yes.
And then if you do that at the same time as your walkie-talkie, did that effectively communicate through your radio?
This
with your
testimony is
microphone?
wild.
I mean, did that have any issues with that?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay.
He
Now, what
stuttered on that pretty
channel?
hard.
I know there was different channels on that set. What channel would you normally communicate those announcements on?
Channel 1.
Channel 1. And do you know
And if
whether
somebody was on
the
channel
armors
8?
were always on channel 1 or if they had a different channel?
They better have been.
Well, and I'm not saying any
Isn't it
given
your job to make
time.
sure
I'm
that
not
they
talking about
are?
a given moment at this point. I'm just asking you, did the armors have another channel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sometimes the departments might designate another channel to go to for a private conversation. Typically, channel 2 is devoted just to.
And then props, did they have their own channel?
They're on channel 1.
Okay, channel 1 is props. Okay.
Yes.
On the day in question, on the 21st, you knew that Video Village was down?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to
And
say.
can you tell, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell the jury a little bit more about Video Village, just so they understand it? Where was this set up?
Why does this feel like a direct
Video
examination?
Village is basically what you would, a pop-up tent that you would
They should have let the
see
defense
a
call
party
him.
or an event.
I'm now,
whether
I
they're
think I'm
10 by
shifting
10
to
or
why
something
did the
like that.
prosecution even bother with this witness?
And then the sides would be
I think that's where
blacked
I'm
out
at.
so that no daylight
Let the
could
defense
get
call him and
into-
cross-examine the fuck out of him.
into this what is the Video Village, where there's a monitor.
This does feel like a
In
direct.
this case, it was a
They're
large
using him
monitor
to say that she wasn't doing anything wrong.
for 42 inches LED flat screen monitor. And
You have a
that
lot of detail
Video
about this.
Village, and that is referring to this place that the director of photography, the director, producers, the script supervisor can see the action, can see the shot being filmed on this monitor.
Now, ordinarily, on that day, Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza would have been in that tent watching Video Village. Is that right, sir?
That's
Okay.
that's my feeling.
And because the camera crew had
That's my feeling. Yeah. That's my feeling. They would have been in Video Village. That's my feeling. However, on the other things we saw on set in the Old West town, on those short videos from this morning, we saw Helena right there. We saw Joel Souza right there. We saw the cameras right there. They weren't at Video Village. And those were not from that day.
walked out, or the next day, Video Village is not operational. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay.
Did you know
Is
or
that
did you
why
not know?
Ultimately, there was.
You knew the camera
kind of a
crew walked
change and
off.
People were inside the church.
That's my understanding of it. Yes.
Why is this? Why is? What?
Did you know on the day?
Stop it with the "that's my understanding" and allowing him to be like "that's my understanding." Did you see this? Did you know this? You're the first AD on this movie, and you're going to tell me you don't know what's happening on this set? Really? Oh, this is so. It's just such bad testimony.
On the 21st, that things were a couple hours behind.
Very well aware of it.
Yes, sir, and I know.
Thank you, Loving with Joy. I've seen
Did that
lots of
camera
you that
crew
are members of
walked off, did they
SAG-AFTRA
come back that
sharing
next
your
day?
outrage in the chat.
The camera crew that walked off the day before, did they come back the next day?
They came back. I saw them there that morning to
And they took
retrieve.
their
I
shit
would,
to
some
go.
of their personal items, I would think. Yeah.
Were you able to meet with the new camera crew that came that day?
Not until they first appeared on set with the camera. It took a while for them to get the camera built into set.
So this is literally, they're coming on that morning and they're building a camera into set.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once they get that set up, things start rolling. Before lunch, you described that you're in the church with Mr. Baldwin. Is that right? There's other people in there, but you're in that church with Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, yes.
Now, I think you said at some point Miss Gutierrez Reed came in the church and she presented the revolver. Is that right?
We're talking about after lunch?
No, this is before lunch.
Yes, we did some scenes with Mr. Baldwin.
Chad, I see the conversation about the demeanor of his testimony. I would strongly suspect that he is being evasive. I don't think there's anything more to it in his testimony. He's being evasive. Production's being sued. I believe he's personally being sued on a number of those lawsuits. He's being evasive because this is not the only time he's testifying. This is not the only thing he has to do. And he knows whatever he says here under oath can hurt him on those civil suits. So he is very much slowing down his testimony to give answers that can't come back to bite him in the ass. So he is being, I don't know if he's lying, but he is being selectively truthful, if that makes sense. And that, I think, is coming across very strongly in his demeanor.
The actor that was portraying his grandson.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was before lunch.
That was before lunch.
Did Miss Gutierrez Reed bring that revolver before lunch?
Yes.
And was that when you said that she showed it to you and it was empty?
That was one of the occasions on
I'm here to
that
help, chat. You're welcome.
day that she showed me that the gun was empty, yes.
Okay, so that was one of the occasions. What was the other occasion that she showed you it was empty?
After lunch.
Okay, so we start off before lunch, and the revolver is empty. Now, is he doing the same, Mr. Baldwin doing the same blocking scene?
It is not my recollection. I don't recall him doing that.
Okay,
That scene.
so it's a different type of scene, but in any event, there's an empty firearm. There's no rounds loaded in that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was there any reason why a rubber or a replica gun wasn't used?
Is there any reason why a replica? Because it would look like a rubber gun.
Or was it a rehearsal or actual filming?
At what time
What?
are we talking about, sir?
Before lunch.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
I recall just the dialogue scene between Mr. Baldwin and the actor playing his grandson, and it was just the gun in his holster.
Okay. Do you not recall him, Mr. Baldwin, pulling that out before lunch?
I don't recall that before lunch.
Okay.
We saw the video.
Well, after lunch, you said that Ms. Gutierrez Reed brought the firearm back again, and you said initially you're saying that it was unloaded again.
Yes.
Did she again
This is so
show
meandering.
you the barrels and check that gun with you?
At what point in time?
I'm sorry.
Vague.
After lunch.
Yes.
Yes. She held the gun. Let's do this gun check. Just checked the barrel. Did a full rotation of the drum of the cylinder.
Okay.
How?
And then what? And then I think you said after that she walked over a few steps, and what you're saying is she handed the firearm to Mr. Baldwin. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Now, you then say that you don't see her leave, right?
I recall seeing her walk past me. She gives the gun to Mr. Baldwin, turns, and looks away.
Where did she walk away to? Did you
She
see?
walked past me.
You didn't see her leave the church, though. Did you?
I did not.
And you didn't
But
tell her to
then
leave
you
the
also
church?
testified that at some point.
Why is defense counsel eliciting testimony from this witness that you didn't tell her to leave the church that directly contradicts his client? Like, are you trying to directly contradict your client? Your client said he told her to leave.
She's back beside you.
I don't
with the
understand what's
firearm
happening.
again, and it's got rounds in it. Is that right?
She told me that she put dummy rounds in.
When do we get
So,
to the fiery part of Cross?
was you-
Because
when
he's
you were
one of the
near
people to
Mr.
blame.
Baldwin,
When do we
that
get to the
church,
spice?
does it have one entrance?
I believe so. Yeah, there might be a door that I didn't see in the back where the altar would be, but certainly at the front of the church.
Front of the church.
Yeah.
So, and how big is that church?
Oh,
Postage stamp sized. This is the
20
hardest.
by
This is the hardest question you've had today.
30, 20.
Small.
It's approximately
Small, medium,
600
large.
square feet, roughly.
What the fuck? Who the
I'll
fuck
let you
knows
do
that?
that math, Mr. Bowles.
They seem
I could
chummy.
be wrong, but I think it's about 600 square feet. So within that,
Are
It
you
would be-
testifying now?
The width would be from
The prosecution had a.
pretty much from here to that wall, and then where we enter.
okay, so
I
for
will
the
say-
record, you're pointing with your left hand to the side of.
Oh, look at Mr. Bowles making a record. I will say that I much prefer to have witnesses show a marker in the courtroom so everyone can see it. Is it from here to me to you? Do you want me to move back? Do you want me to move forward? Have them demonstrate in the courtroom. So for him saying from here to this wall and then from here to the back wall is much better than him saying 600 square feet, which Bowles is trying to testify to. Because half your jurors are going to be like, 600, what? And?
The judge's desk to Her Honor's desk and the
I'm
wall
up for
on
Wi-Fi
the other
solutions,
side.
Chad, so
And then from
that's what
where
I'm
you're
also
seated
doing.
to
We're
right behind
concurrently doing
council?
things.
Yes.
Okay, where you come in, okay. So that's about the size of the church. Now, you are sitting there fairly close to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Standing there.
And then you say you don't see Miss Gutierrez leave at all. Ms.
Did anyone
Gutierrez
ask him if his
leave,
ears were
And
ringing?
she comes back with a firearm.
How he felt after this gun went off?
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, now, you then state that she shows you what you believe are 3 or 4 rounds in the firearm?
Yes, sir.
And did she do that by, how did she do that?
I don't know if she did a full rotation. I don't recall a full rotation. And my recollection is seeing 3 to 4 rounds.
Isn't it your job to make sure she does a full rotation?
If she had done a full rotation, you would have seen every cylinder in that, right?
In retrospect, I would like to think I would have, yes.
Okay.
But you didn't.
Because after everything happens, we know that you said it's unloaded and there's 5 dummies in 1 casing. So that's 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible that you did see every cylinder, or how do you reconcile that? There's 3 or 4 rounds before, but there's 6 rounds after.
Because there was not a full rotation of the cylinder to show me 6 rounds. Again, my recollection is only seeing 3 to 4.
But you don't recall whether that was a full rotation.
I don't recall if it was a full rotation or not. Yeah.
Now that, if that had not been, that would not be a full weapons check with you, correct?
I have, yes, I have stated that, yes.
Okay. But yet, you testified earlier, every time before this, since the start of the Rust filming, Ms. Gutierrez Reed always did a complete weapons check with you.
Yes.
So, you're saying that this time, for whatever reason, she abandoned her habit and everything she had done before, and you had praised her for doing a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow on this occasion, you're saying that there wasn't a full rotation. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say something? That I'd like to see.
Again, this is what I am admitting to, that I did an improper check of that firearm.
Yes.
And so, after
Yes.
you admittedly do an improper check
And so
of the
did
firearm,
she.
isn't it true that you handed that firearm to Mr. Baldwin?
It's not true.
Do you know that your account conflicts with Mr. Baldwin's?
I am aware of that.
And do you know that it conflicts with Ms. Gutierrez Reed?
I am aware of that, but however, there, in Mr. Baldwin's initial statement.
Hey, sir, you just got pissed. Why are you so pissed? You just got pissed.
With Detective Hancock, a few hours after the incident on October 21st, when asked the question who handed him the gun, he said Hannah did, like she always did.
And after that, he changed and said you had handed it to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right after this happened, the shooting happened. Do you remember you were standing outside with Mr. Baldwin talking with him, kind of near a truck?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what you all were talking about? Were you talking about the events and kind of how this could have happened? And
Yeah, yes.
so you were kind of discussing and kind of trying to remember with each other what had occurred. Is that fair?
Most of the discussion was what was it that entered their bodies? And I think to a person that was sequestered, that was the tone of the discussion. And certainly the discussions that I had with Mr. Baldwin, we were both, was it a blank? Was it just that idea of a live round, again, being on a film set was just uncomputable.
Was it inconceivable that there would be a live round on set?
Yes.
And in fact, I mean, did you ever dream that there would be a live round? And you're thinking, talking to Mr.
No,
Baldwin?
because
Do
the
you have any
armorer
thought
should
of
check
that?
for it.
Honestly, no.
No, because the armorer should catch it. Honestly.
Now, after you all talked, Mr. Baldwin, did you talk with him again after the shooting and after that day, the 21st?
No.
Okay. If at the moment that this had happened, I know you indicate that Ms. Gutierrez Reed gave him the firearm, but if you had provided him the firearm, which you're denying, I know, you're saying that didn't happen. If that had happened, and Ms. Gutierrez Reed were not in the church at that moment, that would have been your responsibility under the safety bulletin to ensure the safe operation, right?
Can you state that again? Clarify.
That was pretty long.
Yeah.
Under the safety bulletin, if the property master and armor are not present during a gun scene, and you are the person there, do you agree with me that the responsibility would then fall on the first assistant director in a general scene for safety?
I don't recall seeing any language about the assistant director taking responsibility for the firearm if there is a prop master or armor not present.
Okay, sir, do you recall giving a deposition in this matter?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And
bet
if I
he
can
does.
just, before I get into that, I just want to kind of give you a few more details, if you remember, that under the safety advisory bulletin, that the first assistant director becomes the person responsible for maintaining and handling weapons if the property master and armor are not present. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that language.
Okay.
If you're saying it's there, and you
Okay.
can, yeah.
Well, do you recall being in this on
He's
page
just like, well,
121 at line 6? If you had known that Hannah, had you known that she wasn't in the church, meaning Hannah, under this guideline, would you perhaps be the individual responsible for maintaining and handling weapons? And your answer, if I knew that she was to be leaving the church, yes, it would. And knowing that the gun was cold, as I believed it to be, as she believed it to be, as Mr. Baldwin was told it was to be, yes, I would be that person. I have worked in productions where an actor would have a gun.
That's so evasive.
Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
It's just
Okay.
like, I mean, I guess if this is this, then maybe it's kind of like mine. Here's the thing, though. If the defense is trying to shift to Hannah's not responsible for the gun in the church, it still doesn't fix their case. Because Hannah's responsible for what happened to the gun before it got to the church. So there's no evidence that somebody, between Hannah taking it to Dave Halls and giving it to Dave Halls, that someone loaded something more into it. There's absolutely zero evidence of that. So Hannah needed to check the gun before it went to the church. And Hannah's testimony is that she got the gun, she didn't check it, she cleaned the one cylinder, she put the round in, she gave it to Dave Halls gave it to Baldwin. So whoever's in charge of it within the church, it is pretty irrelevant to whether or not she was reckless when she loaded it. The loading is the problem here, not what happened in the church. What happened in the church is a problem for Baldwin. And it would have been a problem
And
for
there's one more
Halls
portion you
if
get.
they hadn't given him a fucking plea deal.
Dave, just for completeness, and maybe the actor wasn't necessarily on set, and the prop master who was handling the guns, because there was no live fire, again, it's a prop. So the prop master is responsible for these guns. He would often say, not often, but there have been a couple occasions where I have to go to my cart, get something. Can you watch the gun? And I would watch the gun. Do you recall giving that answer, sir?
I do.
Okay. And does that
That entire answer, that entire question, that question and answer does not impeach this witness. It makes your client look negligent. Why the fuck is this your cross-examination right now? Everything you just elicited in goes against what the expert this morning said your client should do. The expert this morning said all of that would be fuckery. So why? He didn't testify to it. You're reading it into the record. And you know what it does? It makes your own client look more reckless. Sir, what side are you on right now? Because it doesn't impeach him. Fuck.
Refresh your memory that if you know that they're not present, that sometimes you may be responsible.
He's not responsible for the
If
guns.
I knew that they were not present, yes, I would be, I guess, the next one in line to be responsible.
So it's your fault.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you did not know that Hannah had left the church. So
You didn't know
my
you were
question
responsible
was,
for the gun?
if that had occurred, if she had left the church and you had provided the gun to Baldwin, would you have been responsible? And I think what you said is you didn't know she left the church. Is that right?
I did not know that.
Why are you answering your own question? He's answering his own question midway through his question. If you're trying to say that Halls is ultimately responsible, let him say it. But your client still loaded the gun. But he's going to say it wasn't her job to double check it. That's not what the expert fucking said.
That she left the church.
Okay. Do you recall checking that weapon, regardless of who handed it to Mr. Baldwin? Do you recall checking that weapon again by yourself?
I never checked that gun by myself.
Okay. Do you recall whether Mr. Baldwin checked that gun?
Because it
I do not
wasn't
recall.
your job to do it, right?
Had you seen Mr. Baldwin retrieve a firearm before from Miss Gutierrez Reed on another day?
Yes.
When you saw him before, did he check the weapon?
I don't recall.
Okay. Regarding when you and Miss Gutierrez Reed unloaded that firearm, the revolver,
Mm-hmm.
you walked out and I think you said you went to a cart on the left side of the church.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you recall that the prop cart at that point was near the black tent? Or where that prop cart was?
Do I recall where the cart was?
Yes.
Yes.
Where?
Left-hand side, if you're standing in front of the church, looking at the front door, left-hand side, immediately around the corner. So if the front of the church
Chad,
is
I'm
facing
going to let you know
north,
Team Baker is working very hard
the
to
left-hand
find
side of the
me a
church would
better
be facing
internet
east.
solution for tomorrow.
It's just right, directly right around the
So we can
corner.
have fuckery without
Yeah.
buffering.
Do you recall that prop cart moved at some point after the police had arrived?
After the police arrived?
Yes.
Yes, I have a recollection of it being in a different location.
From where?
Did you ever see Miss Zachry, Sarah Zachry, over by the
moved.
prop cart after the shooting?
She was present when I asked Hannah to unload the gun, yes.
Did you see whether she was inspecting anything on the cart or touching any of the items on the cart?
I don't have a recollection of her seeing her touch anything, but I do have a recollection of her making a comment that
Is that hearsay?
some of them don't shake.
Feels like hearsay.
Okay, so if she made that
Nobody
comment,
seems
then
to
she must
care.
have been checking and
I
shaking
care.
around, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay.
You
Did
would
witness
assume
that?
so?
I did not.
Doesn't that
see
call
her
for speculation?
Actually shaking any rounds.
Oh, you didn't see it.
Did you see any other persons at that moment near the cart or at the cart?
No.
Chad, I need a break for a second. I'm going to tell you, I am horrifically disappointed. I don't know why I had a different expectation, but I did. My expectations have not been met. I don't understand why this defense attorney is doing the gentlest direct examination of this witness who he wants to blame instead of his client. This is just odd. This is just odd. He lit into Ross, and I think that was because Ross said your client fucked up. He wants this guy to take responsibility, but he's just like bumbling around and answering his own questions midway through and not letting this witness answer anything. And I don't even have any takeaways from this other than Dave Halls is like, yeah, I should have checked the gun better. And maybe it's my responsibility for the gun when it's in the church. And the whole jury's sitting there going, no, the gun guy this morning, who was so fucking great, told us that that's not how that works.
Okay.
I think I do remember Johnny. Can't pronounce his last name.
Ziello?
He was behind us. Yeah, I have a recollection of him being there.
Was that Johnny Ziello?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was there with you at or near the cart?
Near the cart. Yeah, I believe he was behind me.
Behind you.
I just have a recollection of seeing him there.
Okay. After the firearm, the revolver was unloaded, did you get those rounds? You personally?
No, I never touched those rounds.
Okay.
You didn't?
Do you remember
You didn't unload them together? Did you
whether
stand
Miss
there when it happened?
Gutierrez Reed ever gave those to you after?
She did not give them to me.
Where did those rounds? Did she have them?
I just saw them as she unloaded the gun. They fell onto the cart.
They fell onto the cart, like the lead detective said. Isn't that what the lead detective said yesterday? That she unloaded them onto the cart? Wasn't the entire point, Mr. Bowles, of your cross-examination literally the fuck yesterday that Hannah didn't empty them into the cart and that the lead detective misstated the evidence? And now you're eliciting from this witness that she emptied them onto the cart. Do you have a plan? Like an overall plan? Because you're asking things that are just further incriminating your client at this point. Did he want to be the special prosecutor? I'm so confused. I don't know what the plan is here.
My recollection of
She just emptied them onto
what
the
ended up
cart.
with those rounds.
Okay. And did you see anybody pick those up?
I did not.
Okay.
Okay. So the detective was right then.
Now, in this case, you indicated you
You
had
should
pled
apologize to her.
no contest, right?
Yes.
And you pled to a misdemeanor offense?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was negligent use of a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You received a sentence of 6 months unsupervised probation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So under the unsupervised probation, you did not have to report to a probation officer?
I did not.
And there was no conditions except not violating any laws, right?
I had to take a firearms safety class.
Okay.
We knew that because we're law
Did
nerds.
you complete that firearm safety course?
I did.
And so now
What'd you learn?
You're off probation, and that's it, right?
Sir, do you now have more formal weapons training than the armorer on your set? I'm just curious.
I'm just gonna object to relevance. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Roach.
Oh, look, there's some decorum and respect in the courtroom. There is a lot of relevance. You should let this go, Carrie. You should let this go. You should let this one go.
All right, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Thank you.
I need a moment too. This is not how I thought this was going to go at all. Cody, I can see them. I'm just not getting to questions yet. I'm going to get to questions in a minute because I'm on mobile and it's really hard for me to do it all at once the way I have been. The way I do it on my home system. I have a lot more going on. But Team Baker, I think, found an internet solution for tomorrow.
When Ms. Gutierrez Reed was present in your presence, did you ever hear her call out blank sizes, for example, if they were going to be used a quarter load or a half load? Or
I do.
Okay.
Yes, Caitlin.
And was she good about doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That cross was kind of, I don't know what he was hoping to get out of it. Like, you go into a cross-examination like, I'm going to get these points. What did we get out of this today,
Sir.
team? Sir?
I want to talk to you about the...
Okay. This might be the only time I appreciate that she leaves a bunch of shit for redirect. If she brings the fire, I might recover, because she buries a lot of stuff in redirect, and the defense hasn't clocked her on it yet. But that cross ended up eliciting stuff that doesn't help his client. And I don't understand what's happening.
The other instance that you recall where
I
dummy
need a
rounds were
snack
used,
and a
I think
drink.
you indicated they were in a rifle.
Yes.
Did you request dummy rounds be placed in the rifle?
No.
Chat, you make
Did
me feel better
anyone
though
else
that we're all
you're
equally
aware of
confused.
request?
I'm not aware of anyone else that
Okay.
requested the
Okay.
dummy rounds.
Do you know why dummy rounds are used
Tell
in
me why.
revolvers?
Yes.
Why is that?
So it looks
Well,
real.
if the shot is close up enough on the revolver,
It looks real.
one, I don't think you necessarily need to have experience with a firearm, but one could detect
That it's
that
empty?
that gun is not loaded with any rounds. So that's the reason why we use dummy rounds. Cosmetic.
She's like, I'm gonna let you
Because
finish.
if the revolver is pointed at me,
Don't tempt somebody. I mean, Carrie,
the dummies are in there so that you can.
Carrie, we've seen some wild shit in court. Poot was pointing guns at the prosecutor in the Murdoch case. I don't know if you want to tempt anybody, ma'am, because shit gets crazy. Though this court doesn't have guns laying all over the place, and that's probably better.
See the projectiles inside the cylinder, right?
Are you now answering the question? Is this redirect or is this
that
cross?
the same way that a rifle is set up?
No. Is he a weapons
no,
expert
but
now?
in this case, and just from recollection, I think there was something about that long gun that you could see that the rounds would be
Oh,
loaded.
I forgot about the
This was
prosecutor in
barrel
Rittenhouse.
of the gun,
He pointed it towards the
The
jury.
rounds would be loaded somewhere, and it would be visible. Then
To the best of your recollection, was there actually filming of a scene that would show that part of that rifle?
was there actually? It's only my speculation that it was a shot that was close up on that, close up enough on that long gun that Hannah made a decision that, to make this look correct, that dummy round should be in this.
Is that your recollection or is that your assumption?
She told me that and I saw her
Or
load
is that
the dummy
hearsay?
rounds into the long
I guess
gun.
it's not hearsay.
Okay.
It's a statement of a party
But
opponent.
my question for you is, dummy rounds are put in guns because you're going to roll film, right?
Yes.
Do you have a specific recollection of there
Oh.
being
You guys,
a videotape?
we found it. Here's the cross examination. We found the cross examination. It's just they called it a redirect. Silly me. No one's objecting, and this is now we're at the cross examination. Down is up is down, left is right is left. Sure.
Of that rifle being loaded or unloaded or cycling?
No.
Okay.
I don't have recollection of
Okay, thank you, sir.
that. There's no
There's no question
recollection
pending.
of a shot of that rifle being
Cut.
loaded.
There's no
Okay.
question pending.
The entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of ever seeing her shake a dummy round?
I do not.
Whoomp. There it is, I think is the appropriate phrase.
Sir, you testified that you had zero concerns about her job as an armorer, and now you're saying you never saw her shake a dummy round? So you never, not once, not even a scoosh, never did a proper safety check on a gun this entire fucking movie?
Because the safety checks were supposed to be that she took every blank or dummy out shook it or showed him that it was a dummy and put it in the gun every single time it came on set. That was supposed to happen every single time. I'm glad he's on the same day as the other expert, but I would have liked them to go back to back so that the finance bros I would have dumped at the end of the afternoon because the jury doesn't give a shit about what they say anyway. I would have put him on immediately after the expert this morning to show the staggering difference. The staggering difference.
On cross-examination, well, also on direct, you testified that the dummy rounds that you saw come out of the revolver after the incident had shiny brass primers. Is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical, right, it would be
We
the
do want to
end
get technical.
of the
It's a trial.
casing, which would have the primer in the center.
Strong decaf, I totally get it. I'm really annoyed at this witness. I really am. I'm annoyed at the way that they are doing this. I am annoyed. But at the end of the day, this witness is one of who I consider kind of the three people in the zone of culpability here that allowed a woman to die when she was just doing her job at work. I am so damn frustrated by that. And this prosecutor, I don't think, chose the plea deal. I hate the plea deal. It's hard for me to get off of that fact because he did not do his job. Hannah did not do her job. And Baldwin did not do his job. And because of that, someone is dead. And no one's really asking him the questions that are helpful. So it does make me grumpy. I also slept for like 2 hours. So yeah, I realized today's spicy, Emily. We knew it was going to happen with the travel day.
Okay.
And none of the lawyers have shown up to work
Okay.
today.
Yes.
You understand what the primer of the casing is, correct?
I do.
He
And
seems
your
to think he does.
recollection is that the dummy rounds that were taken out of the gun had shiny brass primers,
No,
right?
he said silver.
And do you agree with me that State's Exhibit 26, and I'm happy to come closer to you.
Is silver.
If you could, just
Okay,
for
well, let's do that. Let me show you. State's
Why
Exhibit
are none of these
26 again.
printed out? Why are we walking around with fucking laptops everywhere? He said silver.
Is that a shiny brass primer?
honestly, my recollection is that they were a little bit more shinier than what you're showing me.
You didn't answer the question.
Well, hang on.
And this is cross-examination, apparently. So
Is that close enough for you? And I know, I
Yeah.
have old eyes also, so I sympathize with you.
I'm sorry. Are you calling me old?
yes, yes, she did just fucking call you old. She certainly did. He is so offended. What? The thing that offends you most today, sir, is that the prosecutor called you old. I'm backing that up because he's so taken aback. Like, he's so taken aback, we're going to play it back just because this afternoon needs some fucking levity, and this is what he's taken aback by.
Is that a shiny brass primer?
Honestly, my recollection is that they were a little bit more shinier than what you're showing me.
Well, hang on. Is that close enough for you? And I know, I
Yeah.
have old eyes also, so I sympathize with you.
I'm sorry. Are you calling me old? I am. It's all right.
Is that primer brass?
The primer does not appear to be brass.
Okay, thank you, sir. And let me ask you, when was the last time, well, you saw a spent casing come out of that revolver, correct?
I did.
When was the last time you saw that spent casing?
At the moment when I asked her to unload the
On the
gun.
prop cart?
On October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
All right.
On the prop cart? The first prosecutor, I would love to talk about something other than these two at the moment. The first prosecutor, me avoiding, the first prosecutor stepped down under a lot of motion work by Baldwin's attorneys. So Lori and CT almost It was Baldwin's attorneys, and Baldwin's attorneys pointed out a really interesting and unique constitutional issue with regard to the first special prosecutor. And so I would have liked to have seen that constitutional issue play out in court, but instead they stepped down. And then the statement from the prosecutor's office and this prosecutor as well was something like, we don't need these like fancy New York lawyers like wasting all of our time and money with motion practice. There was a lot of like, these New York City lawyers, blah, blah, blah. It was bananas, but that's why the first special prosecutor stepped down, because the first special prosecutor was also a legislator, and the legislature was approving how much the special prosecutor was getting paid. So we had some of the separation of the the different prongs of government getting a little bit mixed up. You're supposed to have like the executive, the judicial, and the legislative. You can't have the legislative and the executive be the same person, because it's like, I would like some money, please. Oh, here you go. So that was the problem. Let's continue on. Thank you for the aside. I appreciate it.
I just want to clear
Truly.
up a point that on cross-examination I was a little confused about.
I'm confused about all of it.
You indicated that Mr. Baldwin initially said that Hannah handed him the gun and then changed his story.
Yes.
Did he change his story, if you recall?
I love that Baldwin's hearsay is just coming in. I mean, I'm not even going to object. I'm here for
Call
it.
during the interview with Detective Hancock on the 21st?
No.
Did he change it after that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when the first time was that you realized that he had a different version of events?
Is Baldwin on trial today?
It was shortly after when when Hannah said that, made a statement that she
Statement to who?
that I gave the gun to Baldwin.
I'm just wondering when that would have
I
been.
don't know. It was months, maybe.
Months after October.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he thinks Hannah tried to pin it on him. Why are you so uncomfortable, sir?
Mr. Bowles asked you about the safety bulletins and that when the armorer isn't present, that the
Baldwin's not a witness because he has a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and his trial is in July. So Baldwin is not a witness. They can't call him. They shouldn't be able to get any of his statements in, but nobody seems to care about that, so they're coming in.
first assistant director is kind of in charge of guns, right?
Yes.
The jury's going to
Is
be
it your
confused. They
understanding
keep
that
not
safety
seeing Baldwin
bulletin
sitting there.
contemplates the first assistant director being told that the armorer is going to leave the area?
Yeah, I don't. That's not in that document.
How are you supposed to know that she's left if you're not told that she's left?
Correct. I only know that she's left if she's telling me she's leaving or if I see her leave.
Okay. And as first assistant director, you have a lot of other responsibilities other than checking the gun and keeping an eye on the armorer, don't you?
I do.
Okay.
What's the objection?
Is that right, Mr.?
I'm sorry?
Did you withdraw your objection?
He's already answered, so.
Okay.
Okay. And I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
It's not withdrawn, Your Honor, but the shit's out of the horse. So, meh.
Thank you.
Jesus. This is it?
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Well, that's
All right, next witness.
that's it.
Sarah Zachry.
Y'all didn't tell me Sarah Zachry was coming out next. That's the testimony of Dave Halls. The state's probably getting just about done with their case. That was not nearly what I thought it needed to be in this trial. Sarah Zachry, ma'am, we've got some smoke for you too.
Under
Welcome.
penalty of law, that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Megalina,
the
why
truth.
don't you let the
have to
app
speak up
know
and
that
talk
Sarah
about
Zachry is now
privacy.
taking the stand, because this will be interesting.
I want you to move that microphone closer to you.
I'm glad that's what you want.
Thank you. Will you
Sorry.
state your name for the record?
Sarah Zachry.
I did say no spoilers, chat. You guys are so good to me. Thank you. I like being
Ms.
surprised
Zachry,
in the moment.
in 2021, were you doing work in the film industry?
Yes.
This
Are
is
you
going
still doing work in
to
the
be
film
interesting.
industry?
No.
Why not?
After arrest, I didn't want to work in it anymore.
Okay.
She looks like
prior,
she looks like she's about to start
were you
crying.
employed on the
She looks like she's about to start crying immediately. Like immediately looks like she's about to start crying. She left the film industry. She also looks terrified, but she left the film industry after this incident. He retired after this incident.
set of the movie Rust?
Yes,
In what capacity?
I was the prop master.
And briefly, what does a prop master do?
A prop master is responsible
she's already
for
crying.
sourcing and providing production with anything that an actor interacts with during the time of filming.
So when you say
Prosecution might be
anything
done
that an
tomorrow.
actor interacts with, does that include firearms?
It does.
Does it include hand sanitizer?
If the actor is touching it, then yes.
Okay. A bowl of soup?
If the actor is touching it.
Okay. Any of those things?
Any.
Tables, chairs?
Ma'am?
That would be set deck.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Anything that they...
Ma'am? Anything that they touch? Also, I definitely do have some smoke for Sarah Zachry, but her emotion, her stress, her anxiety, her feels very genuine in this. And the prosecutor's trying to kind of be cute. So chairs and this and that. She's like, actually, no, that's set deck. You don't know enough about sets to ask me the right question. She's like, what they're touching. This would be a prop. The chair I'm sitting on, no. But she seems fucking terrified.
Hold.
Okay. What was your experience in the film industry before you began work on the set of Rust?
I began in the art department as set deck, and then on one production,
Set decoration is what I'm assuming that
was
means.
supposed to be in costumes, but then I became a prop master when the original prop master couldn't work on it anymore. So I had to learn on the job how to do that, and that's what what job I progressed with throughout my career in film.
What is set deck?
Set deck, it just means that you're decorating the set.
How many films did you work on in any capacity?
Possibly like 5 or 6.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Seth Kenny is?
Seth Kenny was the vendor for the firearms and ammunition on the set of Rust.
Chad, I hate to do this, but I will
Did
be right
you know
back.
Mr. Kenny prior to your work on the set of Rust?
Yes, he was a vendor for a previous film that I did before Rust.
How long had you known him before Rust?
A couple of months.
And did you ever take on a small armor role?
I did. On another film, when I was the prop master, they couldn't find a armor for that set, so they just told me right away that I was going to be the armor.
And who's they? Are you talking about production?
Production, producers.
So, let me be clear. Do you own guns?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
No.
What kind of training, if any, did you receive before another film made you armorer?
I was recommended on a separate film to get in touch with Seth Kenny, and he was the one who trained me to use the specific guns on that set. Thank you. As well as train me how to load and unload those weapons, how to call out different cues on set when you're working with weapons. That's about it.
How long was that training? Did it take days, hours?
A few days.
And were you trained on single action revolvers for that film?
Just one, yes.
It was a revolver?
It was a revolver.
Was it a single action revolver?
That I'm not sure.
Okay. That production that you were the armorer on, is that a production that had lots of gunfight scenes?
No.
How busy was that movie in terms of armor duties?
I mean, we had the guns on set every day, but in terms of actually utilizing those guns with things such as blanks or dummies, maybe 2-3 days.
Okay. And have you, prior to Rust, is that the sum total of the experience you've had with firearms?
Yes.
Did I miss anything critical?
So how do you end up
No
being
firearm experience?
the prop
Shocked.
master on Rust? Do you apply for a job? What happens?
A lot of it is word of mouth when it comes to the industry, but Seth Kenny was the one who asked me if I wanted to work on it, and he said that he had sent my resume to the line producer.
Wait,
And
she
were
was
you
an
interested in
armorer?
working on it?
I was.
And at some point in time,
She was an armorer?
did you
in the
understand
past?
that you were going
Wait.
to be working with an armorer?
Yes, Seth Kenny said that he had an
Wait.
armorer in mind.
And did that
Wait. I will back up. She was an armorer on another set? Hold on. How far back do I need to go? You go to pee for 1 second.
That production that you were the armorer on, is that a production that action revolvers?
Different cues on set when you're working with weapons.
Did they
What
know?
kind of training, if any, did you receive before
Oh, there's new layouts in Streamyard.
another film made you armorer?
I was recommended on a separate film to get in touch with Seth Kenny, and he was the one who trained me to use the specific guns on that set. Thank you. As well as train me how to load and unload those weapons, how to call out different cues on set when you're working with weapons.
What?
That's about it.
How long was that training? Did it take days, hours?
A few days.
So, like,
And
you can just do
were
whatever.
you trained on single action revolvers for that film?
Yeah, it sounds like
Just
Seth Kenny just
one.
trained her and was like, "You're an
It was a
armorer now."
revolver?
It was
Like,
a revolver.
go with God.
Was it a single action revolver?
That I'm not sure.
Okay.
You guys want to back up
that
more? Okay, I'll back up
production
more.
that you-
Chad, I trust you. I'll back up a little bit more. The replay crew is going to be like, "What?" Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back more. I should have just paused and put on the dance music. I thought she was just going to be doing background and props. I had no idea that that we were here, but she's the one who had the negligent discharge. So, okay, we're backing up more. We're backing up more.
Master couldn't work on it anymore, so I had to learn on the job how to do that, and then
Okay, we're going back.
and providing production with anything that an actor interacts with during the time of filming.
So when you say anything that an actor interacts with,
Right
does
when
that
I
include
left.
firearms?
Damn it.
It does.
Sorry.
Does it include hand sanitizer?
If the actor is touching it, then yes.
Okay.
Knocked over my
A
mic.
bowl of soup?
If the actor is touching it,
Okay. Any of those things?
any.
Tables, chairs. What was your experience in the film industry before you began work on the set of Rust?
I thought I was safe with background training and experience.
In, the art department
not
as
safe.
set deck, and then on one production, I was supposed to be in costumes, but then I became a prop master when the original prop master couldn't work on it anymore. So I had to learn on the job how to do that, and that's what what job I progressed with throughout my career in film.
What is set deck?
Set deck, it just means that you're decorating the set.
How many films did you work on in any capacity?
Possibly like 5 or 6.
So were there 2 armorers on set?
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who Seth Kenny is?
Seth Kenny
right
was
after
the
this.
vendor for the firearms and ammunition on the set of Rust.
Did you know Mr. Kenny prior to your work on the set of Rust?
Yes, he was a vendor for a previous film that I did before Rust.
And he is an armor
How long
vendor.
have you known him before Rust?
A couple of months.
And
So you knew a guy for a couple of months and became an armorer.
Did you ever take on a small armor role?
I did. On another film, when I was the prop master, they couldn't find a armor for that set, so they just told me right away that I was going to be the armorer.
Why couldn't they? Oh my God, Emily, why couldn't they find another armor? Is it because the set was not willing to pay an armorer? God in bless it. We're gonna find that
trained on
part again. Bless it. They couldn't find another armorer, so they were just like, "You're the armorer now." And she's like, "I don't know anything about guns." And they're like, "Go talk to that dude you know for 2 days, and it'll be fine." This is terrifying. This is all just terrifying. I don't think this is how this is supposed to work. Let me try to get back to the point I was at before. This is why I need more sleep.
Did you participate in getting guns and...
Thank you, thank you, chat, for telling me to back up. Chat is always bae. Chat is correct. This is fucking bananas. Runkle's gonna lose his mind.
No, we have prep days where we...
Okay, we're gonna back up a little more than this.
You never saw her do that with the gun belts that Ms. Gutierrez...
Oh, I went way too far. Sorry, chat. This is the most annoying part of streaming.
Props.
The mobile stream is not as easy as at home.
Possibly like 5 or 6.
How many films did you work on in any capacity?
Possibly like 5 or 6.
I'm losing my mind. This
And-
is so crazy.
Can you tell the
But yes, another
ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Seth Kenny is?
Okay, we did this.
They couldn't find a armor for that set,
Bingo.
so they just told me right away that I was going to be the armorer.
And who's they? Are you talking about production?
Production, producers.
They're just like,
So
you're the armorer now.
let me be clear.
Yeah.
Do you own guns?
No,
Have you ever shot a gun?
no.
What kind of training, if any, did you receive before another film made you armorer?
I was recommended on a separate film to get in touch with Seth Kenny, and he was the one who trained me to use these specific guns on.
Didn't the expert this morning say that, like, the armorer trains the actors on the weapons, trains the actors on how to shoot, trains the actors on how to be safe? How do you train people on weapons when you've never shot a weapon? I don't understand. Like, I have shot weapons. I am not qualified to train anyone on how to shoot weapons at all. And I have more experience with archery. I still wouldn't train somebody on archery. I am not that experienced. Why is everyone just so comfortable?
On that set, thank you, as well as train me how to load and unload those weapons, how to call out different cues on set when you're working
And
with
why is Seth
weapons.
Kenny just like making little baby armorers? Like, it's fine. You don't need to know much.
How long was that training? Did it take days, hours?
A few days.
No, I backed up to where I was, Chad.
And were you trained on
Did
single action revolvers
Did Hannah
for
know
that
this?
film?
Just one, yes.
It was a revolver?
It was a revolver.
Was it a single action revolver?
That I'm not sure.
She's like, I don't know what a single.
That production.
Ma'am, I don't know what a single action is, so I can't really tell you what kind of gun it was because I don't know fuck all about guns. Oh God.
That you were the armorer on, is that a production that had
shocking
lots of gunfight scenes?
No.
How busy was that movie in terms of armorer duties?
I mean, we had the guns on set every day, but in terms of actually utilizing those guns with things such as blanks or dummies, maybe 2-3 days.
Okay. And have you, prior to Rust, is that the sum total of the experience you've had with firearms?
Yes.
This is terrifying.
So how do you end up being the prop master on Rust? Do you apply for a job? What happens?
A lot of it is word of mouth when it comes to the industry, but Seth Kenny was the one who asked me if I wanted to work on it, and he said that he had sent my resume to the line producer.
And were you interested in working on it?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you understand that you were going to be working with an armorer?
Yes, Seth Kenny said that he had an armorer in mind.
And did that person turn out to be Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Is that leading? Yes. Nobody seems
Did we understand from some of the previous testimony that although you were the prop master, you were also loading and unloading some of...
Seth Kenny is on the witness list. I've seen a number of you ask. Seth Kenny is on the witness list. This witness probably won't finish. What time is it? This witness might finish today, and then they'll do Seth Kenny in the morning, I would imagine. They might get to him today, but these should be their last couple of witnesses for the prosecution, I would think.
Of the firearms, is that right?
Correct.
How did you go from prop master to handling firearms?
Today's been a wild travel day.
So
There's
originally
so much
there was
happening.
supposed to be a separate armorer's assistant, but production had only allotted for 5 days, and that was not going to be enough because of how
Oh, good
how
point.
many
It is
gunfights
4:40.
we
This
had,
witness might not
that
finish
we read
today.
through the script.
Thank you, Chad.
So
Time zones
it
fucked me up.
was recommended that I help out since I was already going to be on set.
And so, did you receive any training from Ms. Gutierrez?
That's what Hannah argues.
So that you would be able to competently load and unload the guns?
Briefly, yes.
When you say briefly, how much training did you receive from Ms. Gutierrez?
A few minutes.
There aren't guidelines.
And
there should
had
be.
you...
There aren't.
And let me try to back up. When I say single action revolver, do you know what I'm...
Carrie, I slept for like 2.5 hours last night, which is on me because I hate to pack. But every time you back up, my brain buffers. And now I'm really glad to realize that it is probably about 20 minutes till the end of the court day. So we're probably going to come up on that pretty quickly.
Not quite, no.
Yeah, I
Okay.
definitely heard the prosecutor squeak.
So...
So this is all word of mouth. Like, I know them, they're
Let
good.
me ask you this. On the previous movie set
They'll be
that
fine.
you were working on as
And everything
the
just
armorer, you said there was a revolver.
happens.
Correct.
Was that the kind of revolver where the barrel would completely come out and away from the gun for you to load and unload it?
Yes, the cylinder came out on the side, yes.
The cylinder's kind of, the entire thing flops out.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm never going to stop.
And
that's where I live here now.
Was that the same style of revolver as what you were using on the set of Rust?
No.
What was the difference?
The difference mainly was the way that you would load and unload it. Part of that maneuver was pulling back the hammer and the trigger at the same time, and then slowly releasing both of those to lock it back in place.
Okay. And that was something that was very new to you, is that right?
Correct.
The first time you'd ever done that was on the set of Rust.
Yes.
And you got 10 minutes of training.
About, yes.
We understand at some point that there were some accidental discharges on the set. Do you recall those?
Correct, yeah.
Did one of them involve you?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jury what the circumstances were of that accidental discharge?
Yeah, we'd sure like to
Yes.
know what happened.
So we had a gunfight between a few different actors where I was helping to load blanks, and when we were going in for another take, I had to unload the blanks that were already discharged and fill the gun with new ones. And as I was loading them and locking the gun back into place, the hammer slipped from my thumb and one of the rounds went off. There is no projectile, so it was just a
Blank.
loud pop and a flash.
So your finger was on the trigger.
Did that incident, well, let me ask you this, if you recall, do you recall where Ms. Gutierrez was, the reason that you were doing it and not her?
I believe at that point she was in the bathroom.
And did that incident create any kind of a conflict between you and Ms. Gutierrez?
She just didn't know if I would be capable to work with guns anymore after that, even though I had cleared everything that happened on set. I apologized to everyone. I messaged the people I need to let them know what happened. But I mean, there was just a little bit of disagreement, but then we moved on.
Okay. Who did you message
Not what
to
she said in her
notify
civil
people of
lawsuit
what
against
happened?
Seth
I
Kinney.
messaged Seth, Kenny, Ro Walters, and
Oh, no,
the
Lisa,
production
I'm
designer,
sorry.
Brian Norvell.
And was Brian Norvell kind of a supervisor of yours?
I would say so. That's what I saw him as.
Okay. You have previously been referred to as being Hannah Gutierrez's boss. Were you Hannah's boss?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay.
In terms of firearms and firearms safety
I will say with this production, nothing would surprise me at this point.
on set, whose job was that?
The armors.
There's going to be a lot of this afternoon.
To the best of your recollection, on approximately how many occasions, well, let me back up. Did you aid in loading guns and gun belts with dummy rounds?
Guns, yes. The gun belts already had dummy rounds in them.
Okay, let's talk about that. So, in terms of the props, the gun belt props for this movie, do you recall who sourced those? Where did they come from?
As far as I know, Hannah brought them from a different set.
From another movie she'd worked on?
Correct.
Can you tell me more about that?
Did you see them?
Yes.
And when they arrived on set, were they empty, or did they have to be loaded with dummies?
They only had to have a couple at most put in them because they were lost, fell out. That's about it.
Okay, but the gun belts that Ms. Gutierrez provided were already loaded with dummies when she brought them on set. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that's your recollection?
Yes.
And you saw them?
Yes.
So when she brought them on set and they were already loaded with dummies, did you take the time to remove every dummy and shake them?
No.
Did you see her take the time to remove every dummy from the belts and shake them?
No,
Did you see anyone?
no.
Because you guys had another assistant for a little while, Ms. Montoya, is that right?
Correct.
And did Ms. Montoya, you never saw her do that with those?
That wasn't her job, no.
Okay. So
They keep saying that Hannah brought some
do
from
you
another set,
begin
but
working
Seth
on the
also
movie
had some
on
from
the
another
first day
set.
of filming?
No, we have prep days where we go through the script and prepare everything that we need to start production.
Do you recall the day that filming began?
October 6th.
And when would you have begun work on this movie?
I was contacted on September 23rd, and I had about until September or October 6th to prep for that.
Because you are the prop master, did you participate in getting guns and ammunition from the vendor to the movie set?
Yes.
I missed that Runkle was in the chat. I see you guys saying bye to him.
Where did the guns come from?
Runkle, I'm
Seth
sorry I
Kenny.
missed it. I'm on mobile.
And what's the name of the company that he owns?
Can't wait to see what you have to say about
PDU
this.
Props and Arms.
And what about the
This is such a
blank
mess.
ammunition? Who provided that?
Seth Kenny.
In terms of the dummy ammunition, can you explain to the jury what the situation was with dummy availability at the beginning of the movie?
We had,
It sounds like there's dogs
Seth
barking.
Kenny and another vendor named Billy Ray had provided a few boxes of dummy rounds.
Were those dummy rounds 45 long Colt?
No.
So at the beginning of the movie, had Seth Kenny provided any 45 long Colt dummies?
No.
At some point during filming, did Mr. Kenny provide 45 long Colt dummies?
Yes.
And
When?
how were those provided?
Hannah had requested for 45 long Colts, and on one of our weekends, around October 12th, I went and picked them up from Albuquerque on one of our days off.
So you picked up the first box.
I'm going to pause because I saw a really good question in the chat. Wait, Bia, that's a great statement. Armand asked, why ask someone who knows nothing about guns about bullets? Because bullets often fall under props, and she was the head of props because they need the blanks to put in the bandoliers and all those things. So obtaining the bullets kind of falls under props, but loading them and taking care of them and inventorying them when they are blanks falls under the armorer. So there's some crossover and responsibilities with regard to the blanks. No, with regard to the dummies, the blanks are just the armor, the guns are just the armor. So that's why they're asking her about the rounds, because she brought that box of rounds onto set. So that's why they're asking her about those.
Of 45 long
Hopefully that
Colt
helps.
dummies for Mr. Kenny on October 12th.
Correct.
Was that the only box of 45 long Colt dummies that Mr. Kenny ever provided?
Correct.
When Ms. Gutierrez brought the gun belts and they already had the dummy rounds in them, if you recall, did she also have boxes of dummy rounds?
I don't remember what she provided.
Okay. You just don't recall?
I just don't remember. No.
Okay. Was there an issue with the 45 long Colt dummies? Were you struggling? Did you guys not have enough?
That's leading.
As far as I was concerned, Hannah just had requested them. I felt like we had plenty to work with. but she said that they just didn't, the ones that we did have just didn't fit quite as right.
Okay. In terms of the dummy rounds,
I need to know more about them not fitting right.
during the time that you were working on Rust, who was the person in the position to make a decision about whether or not to use dummies?
Hannah.
Was there ever a time that you heard anyone else, a crew member or a cast member, request that dummies be put in a gun?
No.
During the time that you were working with Ms. Gutierrez on Rust, approximately how many times that you're aware of were guns dummied up? Were dummies put in guns?
I don't recall. A handful of times, maybe.
A handful of times.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you participate? Were you handling the dummies?
Yes.
And why were you handling the dummies?
It was usually if there were 2 or more guns set to move things along, because I was also acting as an assistant for her when it came to the
So
buttons.
she,
Okay.
wait.
So you're the prop master.
So she was prop assistant to you and you were the armorer assistant to her.
Technically, she's kind of under you, but you were also sort of her assistant.
Correct.
Okay. So with
Which is why all the finger pointing. It's just
with regard to your handling of dummy rounds on set, where were they? How would you get them? Did you get them from Ms. Gutierrez, or did you have access to them?
I had access to them.
And where were they located?
Originally on the prop truck, and then as far as I know, we brought them on the cart when we needed them.
Okay. When you loaded a gun with dummies, what did you do to make sure that the rounds were dummy rounds and not live rounds?
Rattle them.
Did all of the dummy rounds that you handled, did they all rattle?
Yes.
Were there any dummy rounds on set that had holes in them?
Yes.
And did you ever handle any of those?
No.
Did you ever see
It is
Ms.
too late in the day for
Gutierrez
this testimony.
load dummy rounds into any of the revolvers?
I wasn't paying attention to her loading them.
You weren't paying attention.
No.
Well, let me ask you
It's
this.
kinda not
Did you load the
her
revolvers with all the
job.
dummy rounds, or was that something she did also?
She did them as well.
Okay. In the entire time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez on the set of Rust, do you have any recollection of a single time that you saw her rattle a dummy?
I can't recall.
interesting.
You don't recall ever seeing her do that?
No.
Okay. And does that mean she may have and you just didn't see it?
Correct.
Is working pretty closely together?
Yes.
And you don't recall ever seeing her do that?
Asked and
Not that I can
answered.
remember.
She
Okay.
didn't recall seeing her do it. Here's the point.
Now,
Based on the armorer's testimony this morning, she should have been doing this so much that everyone was like, of course I saw it. Yes, I saw it. Every time she came up, I saw it. But everyone who's working on the set is like, I never saw her shake around. And that is a very big problem. It doesn't really matter who was in the church when and all the appalling stuff from Dave Halls. What matters is everyone on set was like, no, never saw it. Don't recall seeing it. They should have seen her do it. Yeah, she does it all the time. Also, she never inventoried this set and locked things up where she checked every single thing and was like, these are the blanks. These are the blanks, of like half load, quarter load, whatever. These are the dummies. These are the dummies with holes in them. She didn't separate them out and lock them up. She was like, some in this pocket, some in that pocket, some in the fanny pack, go. And that's the point. I wonder what this cross will be like when we get there.
do you recall
She looks very scared.
any time that dummy rounds were loaded into a lever action rifle Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
You know the rifle I'm talking about?
I am.
Okay, do you recall an occasion when dummy rounds were loaded into that rifle?
I remember blanks, but not dummy rounds.
Okay. Did you ever load blanks or dummies into that rifle?
No.
She's cutting
Did you
off.
ever load blanks?
She's cutting off the argument that, oh, Sarah must have loaded the one that loaded the wrong round, because they're going to use the round of the wrong size was loaded into the lever action rifle to show that Hannah was not paying attention to doing her job. So they need to make sure Sarah didn't load that.
Or dummies into the revolver that was Mr. Baldwin's prop?
No.
And why not? Was there some kind of a division of labor agreement there?
That was
Not my
Hannah
job.
was just working closely with Alec, and so when Alec requested the guns, he would call for Hannah.
Okay, and you never loaded or unloaded it?
No,
Did anyone else want to touch Mr. Baldwin's guns? Because I imagine the answer to that is no.
not that I recall.
Just a guess. Just a guess. John in the chat said, smells like Hannah's the scapegoat. Come on, nobody saw the armor shake the dummy rounds. My ass. John, it's a very fair point, which is why I pulled it up, because I don't think Hannah did her job well at all, because that's how we're here. But also, everyone else is distancing themselves as far away as they can
To
from
be
this.
clear, the only 45 long Colt dummy
fair.
rounds that you brought to the set.
But we're so late in the
was
day
one
that
box from Seth
I'm
Kenny.
just like,
Correct.
I'm melting.
And do you know where the other 45 long Colt dummies came from?
No.
When you were working on set, did you occasionally take photos with your cell phone?
Yes.
And what was the purpose?
Do we get to see
of taking
pictures?
photos with your cell phone?
Mainly for continuity.
And what do you mean when you say continuity?
Did you have somebody in charge of that?
With continuity, during a scene, you have you do several takes during the scene, and you just want to make sure that with the props that they look exactly the same throughout each take. So you want to make sure that there's continuity throughout the entire scene.
And I'm going to shift gears for a moment. Did you bring onto the set the dummy rounds from Billy Ray?
Yes.
Were those 45 long Colt?
No.
Bring those onto the set.
I brought those ones on prior to filming, I believe.
Okay, so it would have been before October 6th.
That one I can't recall. I don't remember what date it was.
Okay, is there anything, do you have anything that would refresh your memory? Would it refresh your memory if you looked at your phone, or is that information not in there?
It might be in an email on an invoice.
Do you not
That's
have
okay.
it?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So no, you
Just
don't
one
have
second.
it. I guess not. All right, which is fine. The wait 1 second is going to let us get caught up to speed. She's showing Mr. Bowles something she wants to get into evidence. I don't know if he would ever play nicely with her after how she's played with him. That sounded terrible.
Your Honor, I'm
but-
going to move for the admission of States Exhibit 162 and States Exhibit 163 and ask for permission to publish
They're
once
just like,
they're
okay.
connected.
It sounds like they all sorted it out.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Bowles has been
162 is admitted, you may public.
incredibly collegial in the working with evidence stuff in a way that maybe the prosecution hasn't specifically been. Today is interesting, but I think we're getting towards the end of the prosecution's case. I can't imagine they'll call Theo Reed. They'll let the defense do that. The defense has quite a few witnesses on the witness list, but we might pass this trial next week. If they only have 1 or 2 witnesses left, they can be done by lunch, and the defense can start their case tomorrow. Today's feels like a very long day of trial.
As States Exhibit 162.
I'm feeling it.
Ms. Zachry, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a photo that you took?
Yes.
On what day did you take that photo?
On October 10th.
And why?
And how do you know that?
Because it is in my phone and I saw the date on it.
Okay. You
When?
actually looked up the date, is that
Yes.
right?
We're not asking about metadata or anything. We're just like, yeah, sure.
So
cool.
this photo was taken
Okay.
2 days before
It's not always this
you
easy to
brought
get
the
evidence into
45
evidence.
long Colt dummies onto the set from Mr. Kinney.
Correct.
Show you what we have marked as state's
If
exhibit.
it feels long for the jury, they can't even
do
be
you
on the
recognize
phone.
that?
They can't be
Yes.
crocheting a blanket.
What is
They
that
can't
a
be cleaning
photo
their
of?
house.
It is a photo of
One of these things does not look like the other. One of these things does not look like the other. Is it me? Is it chat? Chat. My mic's over there. The third one in looks a bit squatter, a little bit girthier, and I wonder if that is one of the ones that wouldn't load. So there's one that looks a little wonky. So, I mean, what is happening? That third one's clearly visually very different. Okay.
dummies in Alec Baldwin's holster rig.
And they did
And
find,
has that also been referred to?
and they did find a live holster. Did I just buffer while we were making a point? They did find a live round in Baldwin's holster.
As a bandolier.
Now we're starting to tie this together.
But so this was Mr. Baldwin's prop. This was his gun holster.
Yes.
Who loaded
Do
that?
you recall the date that you took this photo?
October 13th.
October 13th. And if you recall, was Mr. Baldwin's holster a holster that was provided by Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Where did that holster come?
Kenny had it specially made for Alec Baldwin, and he shipped it out to us.
And are you the person that received it?
Yes.
Because it's
When
a
you
prop.
received it, did it already have dummy rounds loaded in it?
No.
Do you know who loaded the dummy rounds into Mr. Baldwin's holster that we're looking at here on 163?
I don't remember specifically if it
Okay.
was me or Hannah.
But it would have been one of the two.
It would have been appropriate for her to load it. That would kind of fall under props to load it with blank rounds. No, with dummy rounds, which is why the dummy rounds and the blank rounds need to be kept very separate so you don't accidentally get a blank round in with the dummy round. And a live round never should have been anywhere near set anyway, but we know that already.
Two of you.
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder if Seth Kinney's their last witness. That would be weird.
Ms. Zachry, I'm gonna take you to October 21st of 2021. Do you?
If she had said Funky Town, it might have made my day because this is important test. This is when they should have done the finance bros. When all of our brains are like blah, 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 whatever, is when they should have done the finance bros. This is actually important testimony and it's buried at the end of the day and all of us are freaking exhausted.
Recall that day?
Yes.
All of us
Can
are
you
just like,
explain to the jurors, to the best of your recollection, what was happening on set prior
can speed it
to
up.
the lunch hour?
yes, chat, we can try 1.25 with this.
It was a very slow moving day because
Just like this
a
examination.
few hours into that day, we had learned that the part of the crew, or part of the camera crew, had left production, and we were working on getting a replacement team that day.
So was there a delay in filming that morning?
Yes.
Could you have cleaned the prop
And
truck?
when there is a delay in filming, what do you do?
Or the car?
Are you still busy doing props?
I was coordinating with the art director about props for later that day, but otherwise we weren't really actively working.
What could you have done?
And
I mean, that
given that,
part was kind of a
they weren't
mess.
filming anything, was Ms. Gutierrez very busy?
No.
So
stuff could have been
would she have
checked.
had time that morning to do whatever she needed to do?
Sure.
She could have been inventorying. things.
And at some point, does filming begin again?
Yes, but I don't remember what time.
Okay, would it have been before or after lunch, if you
I'll
recall?
answer that. at
We
the
moved
break.
up to the church to a different scene. We did have one scene that we were filming that morning, but then sometime later that morning we moved to the church for a new scene. And as far as I remember, we only got in a rehearsal,
Oh, I'll get to
but
that. Questions.
we weren't really actively working yet.
Okay, and do you remember going to lunch?
Yes.
I'm going to
What
try to
happened
get
after
through
lunch?
some of the chats.
What were you doing after lunch?
So I won't be able to get to all of
After
them when
lunch,
we're done with stream.
we drove back in the van to set, and Nicole, Hannah, and I had retrieved the guns out of the safe and returned them back to the church. And then
There is weird
I had
background
learned
noise in
that
this
I
courtroom.
had forgotten one of the guns in the safe, so I went back to retrieve it. And
Okay, hang on.
okay.
Were you and Hannah
Not even let me stop you there, or I'm going to interrupt. Hang on.
and Ms. Montoya handling any guns prior to the lunch hour?
To take back to the truck, yes, and then in the one scene that we did, the actors had their guns holstered. So
When you say to take back to the truck, what do you mean to take back to the truck from where?
So when we were breaking for lunch, we were taking guns back from the cart and locking the safe on the prop truck.
So the guns were used in the morning. Do you recall when the guns were used in the morning, were dummies put in them?
I don't recall that, no.
And is that something that you think you would recall, or?
No, I don't remember what the scenes were
Okay.
entirely. I don't know if it was more than one scene.
Okay. But guns were brought out and used in the morning session. You just don't know if they had dummies in them or not.
Correct.
So after lunch, the three of you go and you pull guns out of the safe.
Correct.
And are you all there together?
Yes.
You can see what the other person is doing.
Yes.
How far is the prop truck from the church?
Couple 100 yards, maybe more than that.
Not far then. Not far then.
So did all three of you take guns in your hands up to the area where the church was?
Yes.
And when you got up there, what did you guys do with those guns, if you recall?
Laid them on the prop cart.
And then, is that when you went back to the truck?
I know that I had loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, and when I had realized that I'd forgotten Swen's gun, I had said that I was going to go back to the truck. Hannah said that she was going to go check Alex's gun with Dave, and Nicole stayed with the cart.
When you say you loaded Jensen Ackles' gun, what did you load it with?
I loaded it with dummies.
And where did you get those dummies from?
They were on the cart.
Did you take them
Chad, I see
out of a
you.
box, or were they just laying there?
They were in a cup holder at the top of the cart.
Okay.
Belladonna, that's incredibly
Is that
kind.
the only gun that you loaded dummies in?
The noise
that
isn't
afternoon?
coming from me. The
Swen's
noise
as
is
well,
coming
Swen
from
Towns.
court.
Okay, so you go back to the truck, you get Swen's gun, and then do you come back up
Thank
to the
you,
church?
Belladonna.
Yes.
And where are you when you load that gun with dummies?
I believe at the cart.
At that point in time, if you recall, where was the cart?
It was outside of the church, several yards away.
Okay. So after you put the dummies in the gun, and I'm sorry, did Ms. Gutierrez walk away from the cart with Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Yes.
And who put the dummies in Mr. Baldwin's gun?
Hannah.
Did you happen to see or take note of where she took the dummies from to put in the gun?
She says she was going to check it with Dave, so I assume the church.
No, I mean when she put the dummies in. Did you see her?
No.
Okay, you don't know where she got those dummy rounds from?
No.
So then she says she's going to go in the church and check it with Dave, is that right?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Gutierrez again?
No.
When is the next time that you see her?
After the incident.
So the 2 revolvers that you loaded with dummies, Mr. Ackles' gun and the other gentleman, what happened to those revolvers?
I believe I threw them away.
No. What happened to
sorry.
the revolvers?
The revolvers? We took them back to the truck with the rest of them.
I'm sorry.
I'm
It's okay.
so
I know. Have you ever
fucking
testified before?
confused.
No.
Okay. I know. It's not the easiest of things. You take the Ackles gun and Swin's gun and you put dummies in them, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with the guns at that moment?
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll get you there. It's all right.
I took them to Dave to check, and then I gave them.
The phraseology is odd to me. Just because the prosecutor's saying, it's okay, I'll get you there. As opposed to, take a breath. We're just going to go through it step by step. Because the prosecutor was, I think, feeding information to one of the other witnesses yesterday with the lead investigator. She's like, you need to read the whole thing. And I was like, what is going on? So the don't worry, I'll get you there is interesting to me. But we're trying to get to whether or not she threw anything out after the incident. And that's where we're getting to now, because she did throw something away and we're trying to figure out what it is. And she's clearly very nervous. The prosecutor's leading the witness. The defense attorney is waiting for their cross, and we're not exactly sure what was thrown away yet, but we're going apparently to get there.
Off to the actors.
So you provided them to those actors and then they were out of your hands?
Yes.
And did you touch any other guns or dummy ammunition prior to the incident?
No, not that day.
Right.
Okay.
Not that day. Thank you. So after you hand those guns off to those actors, what do you do? What are you doing when the incident occurs?
I am at the prop cart with Nicole, prepping props for the next day, going over the preliminary schedule.
So you're at the prop cart, and do you have any idea where Ms. Gutierrez is?
No.
What happens next?
I hear the gunshot
What happens
go
next
off
is a
and
good question.
Joel scream.
When you heard the sound, what did it sound like to you? Did it sound like something that you were accustomed to hearing?
What did it sound like to you?
How did it sound compared to, you've heard blanks go off, right? Is that a yes?
Reading.
That's okay. And how did this sound compare to the sound of a blank?
It was louder.
How long after you heard that sound did you hear Mr. Souza scream?
Immediately.
And did you have any idea what happened?
No.
This is going to get very hard for her very
What did
fast.
you do when this happens? Tell us what happens next.
I'm just going to point out, between her and Dave Halls, the emotion onsets differently. And I think, I imagine we will see a different experience with her testifying versus when Dave Halls testifies. But I'm going to leave that at normal speed because this is going to be difficult testimony, but this is important testimony because what happened after the shooting and then with the ammo is important here. And so I'm going to slow it down real quick.
Next, and how are you able to determine that something urgent is happening?
I was asking around what happened. I originally thought it was a special effects rig that went off, and they were telling me that it was a gun, and I asked them whose gun it was, and they said, well, Alex's gun is in the church. And then I had walked over to Jensen. He was looking in the church, and I could see Joel on the ground clutching his shoulder.
What happened after that?
Jensen told me to get the guns to safety.
And so what guns did you take, and where did you take them?
I took Jensen and Swen's guns back to the cart.
To the prop cart that was located right there?
Correct.
And did you do anything with the guns when you got them to the prop cart?
I put them in their socks.
Did you take the dummies out at that point in time?
Yes.
Why did you remove the guns right there at that point in time?
Because after they're not being in use, you completely empty them.
Now, dummies are props that
I see this coming up in the chat just a bit. We've got 16,000 you heard. Jensen was outside the church when this happened. And when we saw the video from the practice before lunch, we heard Jensen saying his lines outside the church, and they were going to be doing that again after lunch. So I'm not surprised that Jensen's right outside. And then with the background noise, I don't know what the background noise in court is. There is a background noise in court. I have no idea what it is, so we're gonna move on.
are
I don't know. It's
reusable,
weird.
correct?
It's weird to me too.
So you removed the dummies from the guns, and what did you do with the dummy rounds after you removed them?
I believe I threw them away.
And why did you throw them away?
In a state of shock and panic, I think it was.
She's had some time to think about it.
And did you tell anyone?
However, these are the rounds from Jensen's gun and the other gun. So these are the rounds from the shotguns that she loaded. This is not anything from the gun that fired, which is a very different situation than what the defense said in opening statements. And when I said, well, if she took the gun that fired and threw away the rounds, why hasn't she been charged? These are not the guns you're looking for. These are not the guns that were the problem. Are the rifles, not the .45 long Colt revolver. And that's good clarification. Yeah, I don't like it either, but that's good clarification.
At some point in time, did you disclose that information to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
She never touched Alec's gun. I'm not saying that I think Alec Baldwin's a dick. I'm just saying when Alec is saying he wants his gun loaded and he wants Hannah to do it, do you think this is speculating? Wait, I've got a speculation. Nope, that's the wrong one. Damn it. That's not it. I scared all of you and your pets. It's here somewhere. Maybe it's not. Speculation tinkles. If Baldwin is saying, I want Hannah to load my gun, and he's on set, why would anyone else touch that gun? I think everyone else would say, I'm not touching it. Baldwin wants her to load it. He's calling for Hannah. He's rushing everybody. He's perhaps a strong personality. I think there is a reason nobody else touched these weapons. And she said she never touched Alec's gun, ever. She was loading Jensen's gun and the other guns. I can absolutely see that happening for sure. I can just see that happening, and it makes sense why it's happening. That doesn't seem out of the norm.
So when you're dealing with these other two revolvers and taking the dummy rounds out of them, and you said you threw them away. Was there just a trash can right there?
8 feet away from the cart.
That was where you threw them?
Yes.
What do you do next, and what's happening next?
I don't know the order of events, but I know that I had called Seth Kenny. He didn't pick up my call, and I texted him emergency, and then he called me back.
Why were you calling Mr. Kenny?
I'm not sure why I did. He was kind of my mentor throughout this process, and I just called him. I told him what happened, and he was also freaking out, and that's all I remember.
And what did you tell him happened at this point in time? Did it occur to you that someone had been shot?
I didn't know Helena was hurt. I just knew Joel was. So I told him that Joel was shot.
And at this point in time, has it occurred to you that Mr. Souza was injured by a live round?
That was my impression, but I didn't physically see his wound.
Okay. Because in your experience on movie sets,
This is
do
leading.
dummies or blanks cause people to fall down the screen?
Ma'am.
No.
So, when you spoke to Mr. Kinney,
I think that's exactly it originally. I
did
think
you,
so.
if you recall, did you tell him any of the details about which gun it was or who loaded it or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
The prosecutor is asking these questions because there is an to pin all on Hannah. So that's why she's trying to clarify the conversation. And she's going to do it when she calls Seth Kinney too.
How long do you think that phone call lasted?
30 seconds, a minute.
Okay. After that phone call, what did you do?
Like I said, I don't know the order. But I know at some point
Hey guys, I see that I might be a little frozen, so I'm not gonna roll this if that's the issue. Should be back. Let's keep going. Nope. There we go, we'll be back.
I had talked to Hannah. She was in the middle of a breakdown, and she showed me the rounds in her hand, and she said, I swore I shook them, and I could visually see that one of them didn't have the bullet anymore.
I'm gonna back up just a little bit. I know I've been freezing. Apologies. We're trying to get that resolved for tomorrow. It's not been a problem in the past. So she's going to get to now what happened immediately after with her and Hannah.
I had talked to Hannah. She was in the middle of a breakdown, and she showed me the rounds in her hand, and she said, I swore I shook them, and I could visually see that one of them didn't have the bullet anymore.
I swear I shook them.
Okay, and her statement to you was, I could swear I shook him, or I swear I shook him. Okay.
Yes.
And before I forget, I still have State's Exhibit 163 on the screen. Do you know whose hand is in that picture? Who's holding the holster?
It's Hannah.
This has got to be a weird experience for the two of them working together so closely to now be sitting across a courtroom for each other.
At any point in time, did you, well, after, and I understand you don't know the order of things, but after, if it did in fact happen after, Ms. Gutierrez shows you the rounds in her hand, do you know, was Mr. Halls there at that time?
Not next to me. At one point, I saw him next to Hannah with a gun by the church outside of it.
Okay. So what happens next?
After that, I go back to the cart and I start rattling dummies from a box. And
we heard about
I
this
noticed that some of them don't rattle like they're supposed to.
And we heard about that in Hannah's interview
too. Did
too.
you tell anyone what you realized?
Nicole was standing right there, and she saw, and then I had told the police later down at base camp.
You told them
that some of the rounds.
And at some point later, did you mention to Ms. Gutierrez that you thought like more than half the box didn't rattle?
Yes.
Nobody
do
objects
you
to
think
leading.
that more than
We
half
don't-
the box had live rounds in it?
We don't object to leading. We don't object to leading.
Why do you think? Why did you make that statement to her?
Originally, when I was checking it, Like I said, it was chaotic. I was
I
in
bet.
shock and I was frantically rattling the rounds. But as time went on, I realized that I had forgotten that some rounds might have had some a hole on
hole.
the side of the rounds.
So there were some dummies in there that weren't rattlers.
Yes.
They had the hole on the side.
I didn't visually see it, but I noticed that there were a couple rounds in there with silver primers.
Okay. You noticed some silver primers.
Correct.
To the best of your recollection, do you know how many silver primers you saw?
How would you remember
Two
that?
or three.
Okay. And
Those
did you
asking,
rattle those or
why
try to
doesn't the
rattle
defense
those?
object? I
Yes.
have no idea. They don't.
What happened after that?
I was on my way back with Nicole and Daniel, the art director, to take the guns back to the truck. And then I got a text message or phone call from Brian Norvell asking me to bring Hannah's personal bag to her. And so Nicole and Daniel continued to take the guns back to the truck while I did that.
Who was taking the guns back to the truck?
I'm going to put
Nicole
this
and
back
Daniel,
at
the art
1.25.
director.
Daniel Ornitz.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't take the guns back to the prop truck?
No.
When you were looking in the ammo, in the box of dummies, is that something that you just did on your own, or did anyone instruct you to do that?
I don't remember.
She just started frantically shaking
Did you
rounds.
take anything off of that prop cart other than the dummy rounds that you've indicated you took out of those two revolvers? Did
No
you take
one-
anything else and
no one
move
recovered
it,
the
move it back
trash.
to the prop truck or anywhere else?
No.
Did you throw anything else away other than those dummy rounds?
No.
And Ms. Zachry, I have to ask you this.
Yep.
Did you bring live rounds onto that movie set?
No.
When the box of Seth Kinney 45 long Colt dummies came on set on October 12th, do you know, did anyone inspect that box?
No. Seth did.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez inspect that box after it arrived
Did you know, did anyone inspect that box? No, Seth did. So that's still someone.
on set?
No.
Did Mr. Kinney ever instruct you or ask you to plant evidence or destroy evidence?
No.
Objection calls for hearsay.
After the incident, after you pulled the rounds out of the box, what were you doing after that? Did you take a timeout? What was happening?
I went back down to the town. Police were telling everybody to leave the area, and
Everyone that wasn't in the church
was having a panic attack in the town, and Jensen and Swen came to console me, and we were just talking about what happened and what might have happened.
Okay, you visited with those gentlemen about it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears here. We understand that you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of armor duties. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you and Ms. Gutierrez were both doing some level of prop duties. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that she didn't have enough time to focus on her armor duties because she was so busy doing prop work?
I don't recall that being an issue.
Did it seem to you, as her coworker, that she was stretched too thin and didn't have enough time to do her armor duties?
No.
Huh. So she's not told anyone she didn't have enough time to do her armor duties until after all of this. until after she hired a lawyer. Interesting thing, isn't it? And that's what they're trying to point out. She didn't complain about not having enough time until after her lawyer. I'm going to try to get to a few questions because as court ends, I'm going to have to wrap today too.
Do you recall there being a time during
I didn't find a baby
filming where there was a discussion about doing firearms training with the child actor?
I do.
And what was your understanding of whether or not that was permitted?
Production didn't want to allow it because of the actor's age.
And if you recall,
though we did see the young actor grabbing a weapon in one of the scenes. So if they didn't want to do it because of the actor's age, because they didn't want to pay for insurance. But we saw him grabbing a weapon in one of the scenes. So then you've got to cut the scene, you would think.
what was Ms. Gutierrez's response to that?
I know that she had wanted to train the actor offset with the permission of his provider.
His guardian?
Yeah, guardian, yeah.
Okay.
When production was like, no, you can't do that, she was like, oh, we're still gonna do it.
So production had told her that she couldn't do it, and she was going to do it
anyway,
with the guardian's permission. Is that correct?
As far as I remember.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that ever took place?
I don't.
Odd.
I'll pass the witness.
Oh, we're cross-examination.
All right, we're going to take our evening break today. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Please do not look up anything about the movie production or this trial, okay? Don't do any research on it.
It might have been during a break.
We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow.
I couldn't tell because it was behind-the-scenes footage. You guys, I'm going to do a few questions. I'm going to do a summary. I'm exhausted, and I'm going to also wrap because I am very, very tired. And we're going to work on an internet solution for tomorrow. So, is there a small child in the courtroom? Anything's possible. It's possible. I don't know if this witness has a child that's in the courtroom with another care provider. I don't know. There was background noise. Who knows where it's coming from? I don't know. Why aren't they playing her interview? I have no idea why they didn't play her interview. The defense has the option to do that tomorrow. So if they want to do that, they can. Let's do a quick wrap of the afternoon, shall we? Afternoon of day 6 of the State versus Hannah Gutierrez. The interesting witnesses this afternoon were Dave Halls, the first AD, and Sarah Zachry. What we clarified with Sarah Zachry through prosecution's questioning was that she did empty 2 of the guns after the shooting on the set of Rust, but they were the long guns, not the revolver. And she did take the dummies out of those guns and throw them away, but those were the shotguns. She never handled the revolver that Baldwin had. So that does clarify things a bit, that things were thrown away, but they weren't the evidence from the gun involved in the shooting. She also talked about the fact that she had been an armorer on a set because they were like, hey, we have a gun for these 1 or 2 scenes and we need an armorer. She's never shot a gun in her life. And Seth Kinney, the owner of PDQ Arm and Prop, trained her for that position in a couple of days. And she was an armorer on another set where she was also doing prop duties. She also didn't consider herself to be Hannah's boss. Dave Halls' testimony was odd. He talked about the fact that he was not doing adequate safety checks on the gun, or he was allowing Hannah to not do adequate safety checks on the gun. But the cross-examination from Hannah's lawyer elicited testimony that's not helpful to Hannah. Dave Halls' story is very different than Hannah's story about what happened in the church. Dave Halls says that Hannah was never told to leave the church, and in fact, he didn't know she left the church. Dave Halls also said that the first time he saw the gun at the church, it was completely empty, and then he only saw 3 to 4 in it because Hannah was loading it in the church. And then he testified that it was in fact Hannah that handed the revolver to Alec Baldwin, not Dave Halls. Baldwin has made public statements that it was Dave Halls. Hannah has made statements that it was Dave Halls. Dave Halls is still involved with the production civil lawsuits, and I don't know if that impacted his testimony. And you know what? None of the lawyers asked about it, so we're never going to know. It was uncomfortable testimony with Dave Halls because nobody really wanted to get into what his job was as the safety coordinator and the fact that no safety meetings were done. The prosecution, I think, didn't want to get into it too much because they don't want the defense passing the buck onto onto Dave Halls. And the defense didn't get into it too much because Dave Halls said that he didn't think this was an unsafe set before the shooting happened. And he thought that Hannah was doing a great job. He never saw her shake a dummy round, but he thought she was doing a great job as armor, and he thought she was competent, so they're not going to lay into that witness because he's saying Hannah was doing great. He also said that Alec Baldwin was not rushing the set. Very interesting testimony this afternoon. Let's get to your questions. So I'm going to get to a few, and then we're going to get going because the Wi-Fi is done. Oh, all of the things happening. It was Dave Halls' testimony was just strange for me, and it looks like from the chat it was strange for a lot of you too. And nobody really called him out because everybody wanted to use him for their side. It was weird. Jensen's gun had no live bullets. It was in his bandolier belt that there was a live round. Nothing in his guns. Wedge. You know I love your screen name. Maybe the defense doesn't object as much as that they just want to get through these witness testimony quickly. It might be. It might be that they're just like, let's go. Let's go. Sholin said, Hannah obviously been negligent. Think her dad isn't as hot as an armor, lack of proper training by dad, and general belief he was the best. I don't know. But maybe. She did say in her police interview that her dad is basically the industry and he would never want her to take a class with somebody else because like he's the industry. So there's that. And Belle, can we call the hotel Wi-Fi names? It's not too fly for a Wi-Fi today, I'll tell you that. Ruby Roo said we need spice, not nice. Hilarious. God knows they probably got this dude on all kinds of off anxiety meds. I don't know. I think the witness was really trying to parse his testimony. R. Drake said certain people were hired for loading a gun. Those people are responsible. Baldwin may have been rushing and he had the gun, but he was dependent on the professionalism of the people. I agree with you. Baldwin's responsibility was not to pull the trigger as an actor while pointing it at someone. And his responsibility as a producer was to hire people that were competent and rectify safety issues on set. Dave Halls didn't think that the misfires were that much of a problem. He was like, meh, whatever. The poll results. I totally forgot to give you the poll results. Poll results. From what you've seen, was Baldwin rushing on set? Yes, 94%. No, 5%. 10,000 of you voted. So that, let's see. A blank sounds way different than a fucking 45 round going off. It's a hiccup. You don't need to apologize for it at all. Yep, a 45 going off in a small space is going to be real loud. And I can understand why a number of them said they thought it was a stunt explosion because it was loud enough to classify to them as an explosion. So that's why they're saying they think it's a stunt explosion. Because I think a lot of them truly could not conceive that that would be a live round. Hannah told police she was the only female armorer in the business. She did say she was the only one in the game. She definitely did. I don't know how Seth gets referral fees, so we will see. Chat, let me see. I'm going to see if there's a couple more in here. A lot of comments, and I see all of your comments. They are great. Her first armorer job, they just told her, you're the armorer. Shocking. Absolutely shocking to me. I'm going to be streaming as much as I can tomorrow. I don't know if I will be able to. From Oz, but is the defense doing the prosecution's job? Sometimes it feels like it. Sometimes it feels like it. Tinsley, good to see you in the chat. Cody, question, not sure if EDB can see messages. I absolutely can, but I have a question. How will the jury remember all this bullshit that will last for weeks? I see all the questions. I grab them as I can. Putting the cues in front makes it easier for me to see. The jury has notes, and then they remember what they remember. But they have notebooks and they can take notes. So that. Lauren M said, I'm SAG and outraged and shocked more people weren't hurt. Shocked because some of those misfires happened around horses. Like there could have been a much worse accident when you had blanks going off around horses. So with all of that, chat, I know Runkle's going to do a recap. I know Lawyer has been doing recaps. Alita's been streaming. I will figure out what time I'm streaming tomorrow. I also have to do a pickup with ABC at one point tomorrow, so I'll have to jump off. But I will be here as much as I can tomorrow. I have a concert to go to tomorrow, so that is a limiting factor. But chat, I will be with you as much as I can. Thank you. I'm sorry for the Wi-Fi issues. I'm going to go try to resolve that right now. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Let's run the outro one more time today, shall we? Good day 6, y'all. Tomorrow's Friday. Happy Leap Day. Tomorrow's the 1st of March. We've gotten through 6 days of this trial. I don't believe it. I can't. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.